A fun Friday on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby, and we appreciate you being there. Wherever you find us, our 5-hour conversation 5 days a week is always on 101.9, also AM 1260. You can stream it on our Horn app. Just download that to your smartphone and touch of a button. You're listening to this program and all the shows here on the Horn across the city, across Central Texas, across the state, across the world. Wherever you are, you can listen to us on that Horn app, also at hornfm.com and on our YouTube channel at the Horn Austin. It's going to be a fun Friday as we get this thing launched and ready to roll. He is our football theorist, a proud papa. He used to came out of the 713 DB High down there in Houston, Texas. Also for the 512 DBU right here. 4 stops in the National Football League. The football theorist. He is Blackstradamus. He is Rod Babers. Hello, Rod.
I'm doing great. I appreciate the intro as always.
Sure,
and thank God it's Friday. It means
TGIF.
closer to football weekend, bounce back weekend for the Longhorns after their first loss of the season. So we'll dive into that a little bit. And hear from Steve Sarkisian. Got some sound from the head coach that we'll dive into. Before we do that, before we do anything though, we always give props and like to give praise to those who serve. Our society built on the selflessness of service. So for all those who choose to serve, we know it's an honor but also a burden. We appreciate you in any capacity you decide to serve God, country, or community. We salute you, soldiers, first responders, officers of the law, teachers, nurses. You know who you are. We can't name all of you, but we appreciate you.
It says, come on, Rod, give it to us. Let the Horns get back in the right direction. Woo! See?
Damn right.
They're already doing the woo. The Ric Flair woos are out.
Man, it gets the blood flowing. You got to just do that. Your wife's not going to like it. Don't do it like as soon as you wake up. Go outside in the backyard, like Ty says.
Howl at the moon?
Yeah, then, a little bit of that, and trust me, it'll get the blood flowing. You'll be good. Feel real good.
Okay. Okay. Well, then it's a Friday. That's what we know. We want Friday.
Right.
Fridays into the weekend. If you're a Longhorn or if you're a Cowboys fan, a Texans fan, you got no football this weekend. Aggies fan, no football this weekend. But Longhorns certainly do down in Houston. Last time they played down there, Rod Babers was playing on the 40 acres back in the early 2000s. They'll make their trip to South Houston and get ready for the Cougars tomorrow. We'll preview the big weekend of college football, pro football. There's some big games. Looking forward to that Penn State-Ohio State game tomorrow.
Yes,
last week, Rod, we had the matchup of Oregon and Washington, right?
Did not disappoint.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we had Texas OU, which is,
did not disappoint.
Did not disappoint. Then last week, and it's funny because last week we had Washington and Oregon, who were 2 of the top 3 offenses in all of college football, and it was a heck of a game. I almost went to overtime. If Oregon's kicker makes a field goal, we're going to OT. Instead, Washington won that game. Michael Penix might be your leader for the Heisman Trophy now. Tomorrow in Columbus, you have 2 of the top 3 defenses in all of college football with Penn State and Ohio State.
Yeah.
Those are 2 rock. I mean, you think of Ohio State these days and the offense and Ryan Day, but man, Jim Knowles.
Man, he got it turned around.
Took him
like 3 years? This is his 3rd year?
Yeah, it's his 3rd year. Defensive coordinator at Ohio State.
From Oklahoma State. And they both play defense in the top 5 in the country. Now, the question is, have they played anybody? Both teams have not really played a murderer's row of great offenses. But, boy, we were treated to a heck of a offensive shootout last week, and even in the Cotton Bowl, it was a really fun football game. I think we'll get another one. This one probably low scoring. We'll talk Penn State, Ohio State, USC, and Utah out west. There's a good one in college football as well. So we'll preview all those big games. Let's start with the headlines, though. Trending topics. Get you started off right on your Friday morning. Caught up on the news. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and includes baseball. That All-Texas All-American League Championship Series knotted at 2. Houston Astros rolled right past the Rangers in Game 4 last night, 10-3 in Arlington. Houston jumped out to a quick 3-0 lead thanks to 4 straight hits from the top of their order. Alex Bregman triple plated a pair. Yordan Alvarez single. That scored Bregman. It's 3-0 Houston. Homestanding Rangers, though, rallied to tie it to 3 home runs from Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager. Josh Young had a sac fly. Houston's bats, though, went back to work in the top of the 4th. After back-to-back walks to start the frame, Mauricio Dubon singled. Yordan Alvarez put the Astros in front with a sac fly, and that brought Jose Abreu to the plate with 2 aboard.
2 pitch to Jose Abreu. Hammered to left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second deck. Jose Abreu.
Yeah, really the biggest swing of the ball game into the second deck. Joe Davis on Fox. Houston tacked on 2 more in the 7th on a Chaz McCormick homer, 1 more in the 8th to finish it off. They level the best-of-7 series at 2 games each and improve to 8-1 this season in the Rangers' home ballpark. Game 5 will be this afternoon in that park, Globe Life Field. 4:07 first pitch, always critical. Game 5 in a 2-2 series. Also yesterday, the Arizona Diamondbacks took Game 3 of the NLCS 2-1. Ketel Marte licensed an RBI single in the 9th to break a 1-1 tie and walk it off for the Snakes. Philadelphia still leads that series 2-1. Game 4 there is tonight out in the desert. College football, more midseason accolades for the Longhorns yesterday coming down. Running back Jonathan Brooks and defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat were named to the 2023 midseason watch list for the Maxwell Award and the Bednarik Awards, respectively. Maxwell Award was given to America's new college football's Player of the Year since 1937. The Bednarik goes to college football's best defensive player since the mid-'90s. Eighth-ranked Longhorns open up the second half of the 2023 season at Houston tomorrow at 3 o'clock on his weekly Thursday Zoom availability. Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian provided an injury update for his team.
Everybody's practiced. A couple of those guys I think will be game time decisions, but again, everybody practiced all week. My decision as a coach ultimately is those guys, that all the guys we're talking about, is it in the best interest of the team, to put them out there? Do they put us in the best position to be successful? And then B, I have to look at each individual. Is it in their best interest to put them out there to compete? But I will give them all a lot of credit. They all came to work this week and worked hard, and they've continued to do their rehab. And I'm probably more pleased with where we are at this week than maybe a little bit of what I was anticipating. So that's a real positive, and that's a credit to our training staff and to those guys individually of putting in the work to get themselves in position to be where they're at today.
Those guys would include starting offensive lineman Jake Majors and Cole Hudson, tight end JT Sanders, and defensive backs Ryan Watts and Jalen Catalon. NFL going on Thursday Night Football to kick off Week 7 in the league. Jacksonville held on to beat the Saints in New Orleans 31-24. After the Saints tied the game at 24 in the fourth, it was Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence hitting Christian Kirk on a 44-yard catch and run that proved to be the game winner. Jags improved to 5-2. Saints fall to 3-4. High school football weekend kicked off last night as well. How about Leander? They pulled off a huge comeback win, beat Hendrickson 41-40. Anderson took care of Del Valle. Crockett and McAllen both posted shutout wins. Crockett beat Eastside. McAllen blanked Navarro.
Strange series going on here between the Rangers and the Astros. How about this? The ALCS, just the fourth postseason series that featured 0 leads at any point by the home team in the first 4 games of the series.
Yeah, it's been a jump out fest, right? The team that jumps on the other wins the ball game, and yeah, they've traded jabs in in the other's ballpark.
It's wild. But I guess it's the comfort level, the familiarity though between the teams, right? In the division, rivals, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there's no secrets here. I mean, I give Dusty Baker a lot of credit. I like the way he's shuffled the lineup here each of the last 2 nights to put. You went through the numbers yesterday. The Astros against Andrew Heaney.
Yeah,
the left-hander for the Rangers, and Mauricio Dubon was one of those guys that really stood out, that jumped out. His batting average against the left-hander was, career was really strong. So it was Michael Brantley in the 2-hole yesterday. Instead, it was Mauricio Dubon batting behind Jose Altuve and ahead of Alex Bregman.
Yep, he was .333, his career batting average versus Heaney.
Well, and he had a great game. He was part of that first inning rally. He was part of the fourth inning rally when the Astros really took the advantage and put it away. And Mauricio Dubon has been a valuable player for the Astros this year as a playing center field. I mean, really, Mr. Utility, goes anywhere they need him to. He's been outstanding. And, yeah, Houston jumped all over that pitching staff. And now, here we go. It's a best-of-3 series.
Yeah,
and home fields don't matter. I mean, it
doesn't
matter where they're playing.
Not with this series. It doesn't seem to matter at all.
No.
Yeah, it's actually scary.
The Astros are 8-1. Houston don't want to go home.
I was saying it's scary for the Astros going back home.
Houston might just petition MLB and say, "We just stay here. We're good. Let's save on travel costs."
Yeah, tell the Astros fans need to break out the Rangers gear.
Ty won't like that because he has a ticket apparently to Game 6, which we now know we will have a Game 6.
There you go, Ty. So you got to be excited about that.
Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Ty's bumming.
He's stressing in there. Don't worry, I was stressing like yesterday. And he's the only one that's kind of been level-headed here.
No stress.
Okay.
No stress.
Should be.
What do you call it? Yeah.
I just got to get back to our 2 pitchers that can actually pitch.
Well, you know what?
That's the postseason.
But you know what? You can win a best-of-7 series. We have 2 pitchers that can really pitch. That really is the key. I mean, if you get Jordan Montgomery and Nathan Eovaldi back on the hill, you feel pretty good. Astros need good. Astros have Justin Verlander. Astros have Framber Valdez, but those two have been. That. Well, clearly, because it went good for you in games 1 and 2, but each one of those guys, Valdez or Verlander, could have great starts as well, and that's all it takes for Houston as well. And what Houston's done is gotten the bats going. Jose Altuve in those first couple of games didn't do much. He's been great in Arlington.
Jordan Alvarez now. How about him? He went 2 for 4 last night, drove in 3 more runs, and he had a sacrifice fly that would have been out of 18 other ballparks in Major League Baseball. Would have been another home run. He's had one taken back by Leota Tavares in Game 3, and last night hit one that would have been out of almost every ballpark in Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
And it just landed on the warning track, but he got all of it, or felt like he got all of it. But he's batting .419 for the series, Rod.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah. He's just unbelievable. Maybe the best hitter in the game right now. Certainly the best postseason hitter in baseball. But yeah, Jose Abreu with the big swing last night as well. Because after that sac fly, Astros took the lead 4-3. And think, okay, well, at least you have the lead after loading the bases with nobody out. Then Abreu made it count with the big home run and really stretched things out.
Yep.
So, the Astros got the bats going. Rangers need to do the same. This is
That's
the series
going on the road.
and we talked all through the summer, Rod, that we as I think fans in Texas, baseball fans, deserve a series. We've never had one with the Rangers and Astros, and now we're getting it. And guess what? It's going to go 6 or 7 games.
It's competitive.
It's a great series, and that's all you can ask for. And I think the Astros are in a good place. Ranger fans are probably rightful to think they're in a pretty good spot too. They just need to win one ball game on their field today. This game is 4:00 today, Rod.
Oh man.
Early afternoon, first pitch up there in Arlington.
And
you'll hear it right here on the horn.
And still no sign of Creed.
No,
correct?
they've been there.
They were there?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have not won since they've showed up.
Oh.
Well, they were there 2 games ago. I don't know if they were there last night. I went out for the game and then
So
had
So
to
they were
leave.
there for game 3?
Yes.
Oh, well, they won game 3. But you don't know if they were there for game.
No, we lost game 3.
Oh, you lost game 3. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 2.
Yeah.
1 and 2 to the Rangers, 2 and 3 and 4 to Houston.
So you've lost every game that Creed showed up? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Might want to get
Okay.
them out of there.
Dang. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. Sorry, Ty.
It's not.
I thought that would be the good mojo.
Once again, no worries.
I apologize.
It's okay. And
Yeah.
now I get to go to a game.
Hey, who is Dallas's most famous rock and roll band or artist? Is it Stevie Ray Vaughan? But Stevie Ray Vaughan's more Austin, right? But he grew up in Dallas.
My favorite,
Yeah.
personally, it's probably not the most popular, but the Toadies.
The Toadies.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
That's not going to
That's a
Dallas.
reach.
That's not going to move the needle.
That's not moving the needle,
Rubber,
Rod.
It's not gonna move
Rubberneck
the
went
needle.
platinum,
Okay.
but
Okay.
yeah, probably not.
We'll let the texters suggest who is the greatest and biggest rock and roll performer / artist band from the greater Metroplex.
You talking about all the time or right
Yeah,
now?
all the
Houston,
time. All
Houston
the time.
definitely has the advantage on the music front.
Oh, yeah.
in my
that's-
opinion.
music
Yeah.
and food
Yeah,
and strip clubs.
Yeah, probably.
Come on now, Rod.
I'm
We're
willing,
racking
I'm
up the
willing to
wins.
concede. all
I
three of
would
those.
think that. I would think that. Yeah, the strip club thing. It seems to be the case. More people like athletes and
James Harden
artists,
would agree.
Artists and athletes seem to bring up Houston strip clubs a lot. So I don't hear them. They don't bring up Dallas strip clubs as much.
Houston's more of a pop culture.
Hub.
Yeah,
Yeah, I agree with
Dallas
that.
about business.
Banking,
Mm,
cattle, oil money out there. Hey,
is
somebody
true.
said it's 4:07 Eastern. My phone app says it's 4:07
Yeah,
Central.
I got in my car this morning, and my car said it was an hour ahead. What's up with that? Is
Hold on.
What?
The game time?
oh no, I thought you okay.
Are you
sorry.
talking about-
I'm a
the
little-
game,
I'm
the
a
game,
little
the
out.
game.
No, but
No.
I was confused.
We have not
I,
sprung. We're not. We're going to fall back here at the end of the
I
I
month.
thought we weren't doing that.
We're not.
anymore.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. I think Ty's right. I thought they.
Has that been officially passed?
I think so.
I thought it was. Yeah, but hell, I don't know. Maybe,
don't even have
maybe
a-
state to state.
we
They're
don't
doing
even have a
something different.
Speaker of the House. What are we doing? Did they pass anything?
I
What have we
would-
done?
I will check that because I think Ty's right about that. I want to say we officially like the legislation. They
Is that
passed
true?
legislation. We don't have to do
Somebody
it.
confirm that.
All right, I'll check it.
I'll look.
I'll check it.
Somebody said Steve Miller Band. Okay.
I like that.
Pantera, the heavy metal speed metal rock band, is from
Okay,
Dallas
you
apparently.
can't tell me the Toady. Like I don't even know who Pantera is.
See? Well, just because you know who Pantera, you know who the Toadies are, doesn't mean people don't know who Pantera is. I've heard of Pantera. I don't know their music, but I didn't even know they were from Dallas, though. Didn't know this. I would nominate Stevie Ray Vaughan because he grew up in Dallas and then moved to Austin, and that's where he became famous, but he's from Dallas. He and his brother both grew up in Dallas.
It said no that it's not permanently ending after November 2023.
Not?
Yeah, but it was they're still doing it for November 2023.
We're going to fall back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But your clock in your car, Ty, has nothing to do with that.
That I don't know. That was weird.
Because
That freaked me out.
The Sunshine Protection Act apparently is the legislation that was trying to, I believe, end daylight saving times. But yeah, we're not getting into that.
So
I'm
glad
just
they're
saying.
working hard for us.
There you go.
The Sunshine Protection Act. No, I have 4:07 our time today. 7:07 for the Phillies Diamondbacks, Central Time.
So, big game today. Game 5. Anytime there's a best of
Big
7
game.
series, it's not at a 2 apiece, Rod. Game 5 becomes critical, right? To take the winner is a win away from advancement. The losers on the loss from elimination. And Rangers, Astros obviously have the momentum, but it's what Ty just said. Momentum in baseball is your next day starting pitcher, and they're going to put Jordan Montgomery on the mound, one of their best pitchers. He's been their best guy. He's 2-0 with a 2.08 ERA in the postseason. Justin Verlander will go for Houston, who, despite Ty's criticism, he's been a great postseason pitcher. He's not been great in the World Series, but we're not to the World Series yet, so Astro fans can feel good about JV. Going to the mound should be a good pitching matchup today, 4:07 in Arlington. It's on Fox Sports 1 if you're looking for it. So we'll take your thoughts on Dusty Baker's moves, shuffling that lineup, making things happen. Rangers pitching is collapsed. How about 8-1, Ron? 8-1 in 9 games at Globe Life Field. Rangers.
That's unbelievable. I can't.
Houston feels great in that ballpark. Without a doubt, they're very comfortable.
They just feel great away from their ballpark.
Yeah, anywhere away from Minute Maid.
Just away from Minute
Can we not
Maids.
go home?
I don't know how. Yeah, please.
Now that we know Houston, there's going to be games back at Minute Maid Park. I really believe Dusty Baker's got to do something. I mean, at some point you
do something drastic.
You can't
right?
keep doing the same
definition
thing.
of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again,
Yeah.
expecting different results. So do something. I don't know what you do.
So call your families, Astros, and tell them we're not coming home. We're going to a hotel. We're gonna stay like out by the airport.
Invite Rangers fans to give
Boo
your tickets
you in
to
the lobby
give your tickets to Rangers fans, or give them a discounted price. Say, hey man, you can take it.
for sure.
They need to be booed and given the middle finger even at home. Apparently, that's what the Astros respond well to.
Yeah, just stay out by George Bush International Airport. Just stay in a hotel. Don't go anywhere near your home. Something happens when those guys go home to their home beds. They're 40 and 45 at home this year.
What is happening? Really, that doesn't make any sense. They got the best road record in baseball, but they
Historically
can't seem to
good road
figure it
record.
out. At home.
It's historic both ways. I don't believe there's ever been a playoff team
Doesn't make sense.
playing in the postseason that's 5 games under 500 at home. It makes no sense.
It's stupefying.
And the year before, in 2022, the Astros were like 61 and 27 at home, like 30 over. I mean, the same park.
Somebody will figure it out. I know Dusty Baker gave us the very simple explanation that he asked them, hey guys, let's try to be the best road team in baseball, and they figured it out. But I'm with you. I wonder either psychologically or with the routine, and you never want to mess up a routine of a baseball team. That's the thing too, especially this late in the season, right? Their routine, they do the same thing over and over again. That's exactly what you want. But I agree. I don't know how he would, in a subtle way, kind of shift the mindset, but you got to do something, because it's pretty obvious that at home, whatever the effect is, it's a bad one, a negative one on the Astros.
Without a doubt. So we'll see. But obviously, you got to get through Game 5 today. Rangers will feel good about Jordan Montgomery, and he's been really good, man. That's, as we say, he's the other guy they acquired on trade deadline day. Or right ahead of the trade deadline. Max Scherzer was the first, but then Jordan Montgomery came in that trade from the Cardinals, and he's just been outstanding. I mean, his last 4 starts of the regular season, he was locked down, and then in 3 starts in the postseason, he's won 3 ball games. 3-0 ERA is sparkling. He did give up 5 runs or 4 earned runs in that start to the Orioles, but that was late. Rangers already had a big lead. He shut down the Braves. He shut down Houston in Game 1. So Montgomery, Astros have to deal with him. He's just been really good at locating and keeping people off balance. It's one of those. The key to hitting, Rod, is be balanced. So the key to pitching is get the hitter off balance and don't let him lock in. And Jordan Montgomery's been really good at that. He's not an overpowering guy, but really a good pitcher, and he'll face Justin Verlander today in a good pitching matchup. We'll take your thoughts on that. Rod will take us behind that burnt orange curtain coming up. I was keeping an eye on the Jacksonville-New Orleans game last night. How about that win for Trevor Lawrence? That Jacksonville team is interesting. They went to London, won 2 games, and it's, I don't want to say the word fair because nothing's fair and life's not fair, but for one team in the league to have to go play 2 games over in London, you're kind of getting screwed a little bit on that, right? Get sent over there for a better part of 3 weeks.
Their owner wants it, though.
Yeah, they do.
He's been big. Shad Khan's been big on pushing them as he wants them to have an international brand.
Yeah, for sure. But they
handle. I agree. It does. They give them the shaft a little bit.
If you're a Jacksonville fan, you're like, oh, come on, really? We got to go over there for because you go over there for the week of, and then you're there for 3 weeks. But they handled that. They won both games because they were 1-2 when they went over there. Won both, came home, beat the Colts, and now they go on the road and beat the Saints.
And now they're 5-2, and right in the middle of the pack, right in the middle of the thick of things in the AFC. 7 games in. Trevor Lawrence played pretty well last night despite the knee injury. How about him taking off running last night with a knee injury? They were questionable whether he'd be able to play. There he goes running for big runs and getting his legs involved. I'm sure that took the Saints by surprise.
But the Saints, man, right now are kind of a disaster. They just looked out of sorts. And Derek Carr, he's not the problem. I know there's a lot of criticism against Derek Carr, but he's not the problem. They got a lot of other issues. The Saints
O-line's
do.
a mess.
Their O-lines, they got a lot of injury issues, skill positions. They got what did Chris Olave have? 7 receptions?
For 57.
They got to find a way to
15 targets of him. He only caught 7, so half of them incomplete.
Exactly, right? They got to maximize him a little bit more. I still don't know what's going on with Michael Thomas, if he's hurt, if he's not. There's been a 2-3 year drama in soap opera. Like I don't know. Is he hurt still?
Who?
Michael Thomas.
He caught a touchdown last night.
Okay, so
he's out there playing.
well, exactly, right? So, but he's not a premier receiver in the offense anymore, which is weird. It's almost like he's been relegated to a third receiver on the team or something like that. It's just I really don't know the identity of the offense. So what's going on? I think the Saints might be in a bit of a, I don't know, maybe a downward trend.
But they're in such a bad division at 3-4. They're
still
in
got
the
a shot.
mix.
Yeah,
they're still there. Jags 5-2. Trevor Lawrence, 204 yards and a touchdown. Travis Etienne had a big game, 2 more touchdowns. Travis Etienne has 6 touchdowns in his last 3 games. If you have him in your fantasy team, you're feeling pretty good about that.
They just have so many great skill position guys.
Yeah,
Christian
they do.
Kirk, and now they got Calvin Ridley.
They do.
Yeah.
And they're a team we talked about in the preseason. Could they contend with the Chiefs and the Bills and the best teams in the AFC? I think the answer right now is probably yes. They got off to a rough start. Remember, they lost to the Texans. Texans went in and beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville.
They always do that, though.
I know. Houston always wins in Florida.
I don't know why that's the case, but it's always
weird.
The case.
And if you're a Saints fan, you're bumming because your tight end Foster Moreau dropped a touchdown pass that would have tied that game or could have tied that game in the fourth quarter. Dropped it and went right through his hands. And then they didn't get it on 4th down, and Jacksonville holds on for the 7-point win. That's how Week 7 began in the National Football League. We'll preview it. It does not include the Cowboys or Texans. We'll preview the big games, including that Eagles-Dolphins game on Sunday night, which is a good one. Ravens and Lions in an important game as well. AFC versus NFC. We'll also preview the college football and go behind the burnt orange curtain. Plus, before the end of this first hour of our 5, we will get some What the Facts. Got to have some What the Facts on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Just getting warmed up. And they're the toadies. Toadies. Rangers need some toadies today. They need to move on from the Creed.
It would seem so.
It would seem so.
The Creed. It was working for a while, though. It was working for a while.
Fun while it lasted. But it ain't over. It's a 2-2 series with 3 to go. Best of 3 series now in the All-Texas ALCS. Taking your suggestions on the greatest all-time band/performer from Dallas. This says ZZ Top, actually from Dallas. That's true. ZZ Top gained fame in Houston, but the members, there were 2 of them from Dallas originally. But either way, when people think ZZ Top Rod, they think Houston.
They do. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that either.
Much like Stevie Ray Vaughan is Austin, but grew up in Dallas. Steve Miller Band, several people have mentioned as well. Appreciate that. As we get you going on a Friday, it's a free fall football Friday, Rod Babers.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. We're ready for a Behind the Burnt Orange Curtain, talking Texas football. Steve Sarkisian did meet the media yesterday. Longhorn fans is ready for some football. Ready to get back at it. Coming off, it is, I do think the bye week, Rod, came at a real good time. Just, 6 games in, 6 to go, right in the middle of your season. Same time, you played the game. It is tough to sit on that loss to Oklahoma for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, I don't. Like I said, as a player, I don't like, having a bye week after a loss. Period. I don't. I think you got to get it as a player. It's hard to have to deal with 2 weeks of practices to try. Especially if you had a bad game, which a lot of Longhorns had bad games. Try to stew on that. I think it affects your psyche a little bit. I think I think as an athlete, you can't help but be a little bit down. You had a bad game, and it takes you 2 weeks to get back to having a chance to redeem yourself.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can say whatever you want about the rest and all that. That's for people and analysts and coaches to consider. I'm talking about that from an athlete's perspective. You have a bad game and lose, you want to play right away again to get back out there and redeem yourself.
One of the
so
best.
Your confidence isn't hurting. And right now, I think some of the guys' confidence has been hurting. But U of H is a nice slump buster. It's a nice slump buster. I mean,
114th ranked defense in the country.
Yeah, you ain't feeling good about yourself. It's a nice slump buster. But for the defense, actually, may not be a slump buster. For the offense, it definitely is. I mean, offense. But offense, I don't know if they need a confidence booster. They've been only in the red zone. It's the only issue is the red zone. Defensively, there were some things that were exposed for the first time. Texas playing a higher level quarterback in a pass first system, and a team like Oklahoma that has talent in a lot of areas.
For sure. But we'll talk all the college football of the weekend. There's a top 10 matchup. There's several top 20 matchups around college football this weekend, and the Big 12 games with all these freshman quarterbacks emerging around the conference, and obviously Texas getting back at it. We're also talking Texas and Houston, Astros and Rangers in Major League Baseball. But let's go behind the burnt orange curtain, get some Texas football chatter going early here on a Friday morning.
All right. Steve Sarkisian met with the media yesterday. He was in a good mood. I think he likes the practices, or at least the intensity of the practices right now, coming off of the first loss of the season for the Longhorns. And obviously the bye week, we just talked about that. Good for them because they needed to get some guys healthy. So it did come at a perfect time. Here's Sark with the opening statement to the media before he was asked any questions. Here's his thoughts on Texas going into the Texas U of H weekend.
It's great to be back in game week. I think you could definitely feel it with the intensity at practice, the energy at practice, the competitiveness at practice. Thought our guys really had 3 quality days of work, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with Monday a great day to kind of get back to it. But they really brought it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and it shows in, like I said, in the intensity and the competitiveness at practice, which is what we were hoping to have coming off of the bye week last week. And so I love where we're at from a mentality standpoint. I really like where we're at physically. Obviously we got some guys back healthy. And I just think we're getting ready to go play a ball game Saturday in a hostile environment on the road. We know that Houston would like nothing more than to knock us off in this ball game. And so it's going to have to take our best effort to go in there and get a win.
There you go. Sark talking about the, obviously coming off of the loss and the bye week a little bit. And he talked about practices, how he's liked the practices so far. He was asked, I believe Kirk Bowles asked the question. It was right after his opening statement. Do you have any bad practices? Because you talk a lot about how great the practices have been for this team. Here's Steve Sarkisian.
I think it's probably both. Truth be told, I think sometimes you need to be where you're supposed to be when you're supposed to be there defensively, right? Whether it's zone coverage, man coverage, fitting a run a specific way, running a game up front, and then when you're there, then you can take advantage of the opportunity to create that turnover. So I think that's the first part. The second part, I think having the mindset of the ball on your mind of how are we getting the football, right? Are we getting it because of, when we sack the quarterback, there's a strip attempt? Are we getting it because when we're in zone coverage, we're doing a great job of recognizing route combinations and having the ability to jump a route to create a turnover, which we saw earlier in the year? Is it understanding when you feel that first tackler starting to wrap that runner up, and I'm the second man in to go ahead and get a punch or a strip on that ball, knowing that he's in the grasp of the first defender? So I do think there's ball awareness. But I also think there's something about football IQ and football awareness. And I know we've talked a lot about this about Jaylan Ford. There's something about his game where he kind of finds the football, right?
Yeah, that was Sark talking about creating turnovers, which was a really good clip. He's the second time he's mentioned that. He mentioned last week forcing more fumbles because he wants them to start forcing more fumbles, getting the ball on the ground, dislodging the football with some of their contact. And they was talking about creating turnovers, being ball aware. Remember, I've talked about some guys just have that ball awareness, that havoc-minded players, that ball hawks. He mentioned Jaylan Ford. I think, you got a couple of guys like that. Jahdae Barron's got that. Malik Muhammad, from what I hear, has that ability as well. You want more guys on your defense that have that ball awareness, as he's talking about in the football IQ. But the practice habits, Sark was asked about. He was also asked, do you have bad practices, good practices? How often do you have bad practices? Here's Steve Sarkisian.
No, we do. We've had them in the past, for sure. But I do think there's a real level of maturity, and I think that's a great word to describe this football team. We've got really good leadership on this team across the board. It's not like one position group's got good leaders and maybe another one doesn't. I think that we're spread throughout our roster of veteran players who are in year 3 in our program, who really understand how we go about our business. I think our coaching staff does a tremendous job day in and day out of getting our guys prepared to go practice. And in the end, I said it yesterday. We have guest officials that come, and it was a 2-hour practice, and Wednesdays are traditionally tough practices for us. And we always do a good on good team period at the end. On Wednesdays, we do third downs. And our guys were more excited for that period of practice after a hard practice than I can remember. And I looked at the official and I said, man, our guys love to practice. Like, they really love being out here. And that's a great sign, that they're not just surviving practice. They're attacking it. They're having fun doing it. They're competing at a high level. So to your point, I do think that takes a lot of maturity, but I also think you have to have players on your team that love the game. And those are, one of the characteristics that we look for in recruiting is, do you love football? And if you love football, we only get so many opportunities to be out there, and we put a lot of time and effort into preparation for practice and games. And so when we get those moments, we want to maximize them. And I think this team has been one of the better ones I've ever been around, and definitely probably the best I've had here in 3 years of their intent going to practice. Everything they do is intentional, and they really try to be coachable, but yet they're highly, highly competitive.
Yeah, football is a sport. You practice more than you play, so you have to learn how to become a great practice player, and that translates. That's why coaches hate gamers. They hate gamers because they don't trust gamers. Because they don't see it. They don't see it in practice enough to trust them in the game. And in the game, they just show up in the game. And it's like, it's great they showed up in the game, but I'm trying to plan and prepare, right, for the game. And I can't do that when you're not practicing at a really high level and you're not consistent in practice. You don't have a baseline of performance that I can count on.
That is interesting. I mean, it's a point if you
play the game, you know it, but I think common fans don't think about it that much. But you do practice a lot more than you play.
Oh, you practice a ton.
Like baseball, you play a lot more than you practice.
Basketball,
you play
right.
a lot more than you practice.
Yeah, exactly.
Because once you get in the grind of an NBA season or a baseball season, you hardly practice. You
exactly.
take ground balls, you
Yeah,
get
exactly.
warmed up,
Mm-hmm.
take some BP, but you don't practice.
You shoot around, you shoot, you know what I mean, but you don't practice.
But so you as a
Yeah.
player and a guy who could be a coach if you wanted to, Rod, and thought about it, you have to design practices that are productive, right? You don't go out there wasting people's time.
Oh man, highly, but you can't exactly. That's why you got they got the bull horn or whatever, the horn that they sound, and coaches expect you to run. Yeah, you gotta run to the other drill or run to whatever.
Well, but they're also
next
working with
period
human
you go
beings,
to.
right? And so if the human beings, especially the older they get, feel like you're just practicing to practice, right? You're just filling time. It's got to be productive practice, and
Yes, it is.
that's a
And
challenge.
you have goals for every practice.
Every practice needs a mission.
Yeah, exactly. This is where you put that, a mission. Because trust me, I get red zone. Trust me, you struggle in a certain area, then the coach decides, all right, you know what? Out of our how many periods? I don't know, 15 periods of practice, whatever it may be. All right, we're going to devote 3 of them just to red zone alone. Because our red zone offense sucks. So we're going to, you know what I mean? That coach will do that. I remember when Coach Brown we had 3 punts blocked versus
99
NC State.
Yeah.
And I want to say Coach went to basically devoting almost twice as many periods to special teams. And Texas became, after that, one of the best special team programs in the country, like the next decade. But because you get what you emphasize. And coaches know, all right, if I spend enough practice time on this, guys will get it. It will translate. So that's why practice is so important. And it's so important for guys to develop a baseline of consistency at practice and start practicing like an All-American.
Yeah.
Practicing like an all-conference player. And then you get everybody practicing like All-Americans, and then I'm practicing up against an All-American. And I'm practicing like an All-American. And then you start playing like an All-American.
There you go.
Right? That's kind of the key. That's what the hope anyway. All right, one more cut here because I want to play this cut from Sark talking about the team reacting after the loss. Right? They haven't had a loss yet. It's their first one of the season. How did this team respond in the bye? You got a chance to watch your team right after a loss. How did they respond in practice? Here is Sark.
I feel like I've got a team right now that's a little pissed off, and that's okay. That they're angry, and they want to get back on the field. They want to play. I think they, all likelihood, I know a lot of them wanted the rest last week. I think they all wanted to get out there and play again next Saturday to kind of get that taste out of their mouth. And so that's kind of how practice has felt. It's been very intense. Because I think that these guys feel like we're a good football team and we've got something to prove. And as a coach, the fact that it's coming internally, that it's coming from them in the locker room, that's a great sign. And so, again, we need to make sure that we execute at a high level, but the intent from which we're going about it throughout practice, and I think the intent that we'll play with Saturday, and then every Saturday moving forward, I think is the right one.
Leadership on this team, I think, is pretty good. I think they have good leadership on the team. I think that's why he talked about the good practices they've had, that these guys like to practice. We just talked about the importance of that. And then the way they're responding after a loss, you should be pissed off.
Yeah.
If you watch that film, do you realize you lost that game?
Yeah.
You realize your lack of execution in crucial, critical moments lost that game, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, too, though. The way the offense started, the way the defense ended.
Yeah.
The way the defense ended the first half and the second half, lost that game. And the way the offense started the game, period, lost that game. So you probably watched it and went, damn, man, we should be undefeated. And you watched that film, and that's why you're upset. You're upset with yourself.
Well, and
then you go back and practice even harder.
You're also watching, Sports Center and whatnot. Everybody's talking about Oklahoma,
Yeah.
right? And you're like, damn it.
Oh, yeah.
Dang. We had that game.
Got the T-shirts working. What are they, T-shirts?
Yeah, now Oklahoma's the favorite.
Texas only fears Oklahoma. Them T-shirts they got going.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Danny Stutzman's out there hawking,
making money
hawking
off
goods on your ass. Come on, man.
Off a quote from some hype video that he made about Texas. Oh, yeah. I'd be pissed.
Dang.
Yeah.
All
Now,
right.
you watch that film, I guarantee they're upset. They're just like, man, we lost that game. And now all you got to do, you got to eat that crow and get better. And then the revenge factor. That's why I'm sure they're upset, too, because they know they got a chance to see him again.
Hey, let's come back and get some What the Facts, including Astros Rangers and the big Diamondbacks win last night and other facts from around the sports world into your football weekend. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Oh, man, Steve Miller Band out of Dallas, Texas. Because Ty's trying to change the mojo. No more Creed for Ty.
No, we're still on Creed.
Okay, we're still on Creed? Okay.
Yeah, but
Well,
apparently.
I wanted to see Steve Miller Band in concert when I was in high school.
I saw him at the end of high school, and he was an old man, and it was still one of the best concerts I've ever seen in my life. Crushed it.
Yeah, he was
Sounds
old when I
exactly
was
the
in high
same.
school, it felt like.
He's wearing an all-black suit up there. Cool as hell.
I just don't know why they made that song Abracadabra.
Yeah, that one, yeah.
Every other song is like, man, that's a great song. And then you have this Abracadabra thing. You're like, what in the world is that? Either way. Sorry.
People like that song, though. I don't.
Yeah,
Maybe it's popular because it sucks.
Not
one of
me.
those.
But yeah, I like that song. All right, so we got a lot going on. It's time for What the Facts, Rod. What the Facts? You know that the sacrifice fly that Yordan Alvarez hit last night, that would have been out of 17 of the 30 major league ballparks. It was 110.7 miles per hour off the bat. I still don't know how that wasn't a home run. Thank you for Jose Abreu for hitting the home run the next at bat, because it felt like we got robbed. I was like, what? That thing was gone. Are you kidding me? But maybe the wind, maybe the roof being open held it back in.
Oh, yeah. You heard what Dusty said about that?
What's that?
Basically, Dusty said, essentially hinted that they did not know the roof was going to be open. That they had an agreement that the roof would be closed.
I believe it's a Major League Baseball decision, whether it's in Houston or in Arlington. The MLB decides.
Yeah, Brian McTaggart tweeted out, Dusty Baker on roof being open. We were told there was an agreement we wouldn't have the roof open in either place. I don't know what changed.
Rangers.
Because I don't know. Like
Come
you said,
on,
it could be something that came from on high. That
I'm glad they did. It was a beautiful
thing.
night.
Yeah, maybe that was it. It was like, no, man, it looks better on TV. It's more aesthetically, appealing.
Well, because that ballpark when it's closed looks like a grill or something.
Yeah, exactly. Right. It's like, nah, man, this looks a little depressing. Open it up. It looks beautiful.
It's a beautiful night. Baseball is made to be played outside, I believe.
It could have came from on high, like the TV. Could have came from the TV networks to Rob Manfred and like, okay, guys, we want to make it look better for the production. It's the playoffs. A lot of people watching. So yeah, I don't know where that came from. And Dusty Baker, since they won, I don't think he made a big deal out of it.
Yeah,
but if they'd have lost, he might have said something. He might have said something.
Especially if that home after that 410-foot blast fell harmlessly onto the warning track. But yeah, that was big moment in the game, and then Abreu goes deep. That was good to see if you're an Astros fan, not for the Rangers.
We've talked a lot about the Miami Dolphins offense, the best offense in the NFL, how prolific it is. We haven't talked enough about this little stat, and it's a great stat. They're also leading the NFL in pressures allowed. They have the lowest amount of pressures allowed.
Who's this?
Miami.
The Dolphins.
Tua.
And they play the Eagles.
We're all worried about whether Tua is going to be durable enough, right, to make it through a season. That was their number one priority. We got to make sure that Tua isn't touched as much, and when he is touched, that he knows how to fall. That's why he studied martial arts, so he can know how to fall. Miami's O-line has allowed 32 total pressures. That's the lowest in the NFL.
Well, if you watch him, he
gets rid of the ball on time.
He doesn't hold the ball.
Yeah.
I mean, the ball comes out so quick, and that's a credit to Mike McDaniels and the offensive play calling and the
weaponry. They built the offense so that he's protected.
And, it plays to his strengths because he's very accurate.
And he loves the RPO.
He loves the RPO, but he also has got a quick release, and he's got great anticipation. I mean, he's kind of like a point guard back there, and it's just, put the ball where it needs to be. And this week, Mike McDaniel bristled when people, media asked him, the people have alleged that a lot of quarterbacks be doing what your quarterback is doing. It's just the system. Because Tua gets the same argument the same knock that Brock Purdy gets, right?
Yes, he does.
It's all the system.
Yeah.
It's like, come on now. And he said, no, I've coached a lot of quarterbacks that can't do what this guy's doing. I built the offense because we have this guy, right?
He built it around him.
Yeah. I mean, he's everything we just said, accuracy, anticipation, quick release. Makes quick decisions. We've built the offense around him. It's not the opposite. They said the same thing last year about Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, the system quarterbacks. If it was that easy, I mean, every coach would have a system just around their quarterback. It really starts with the QB and the player, and then you work around his strengths, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
All right. I will also give you this little fact of the day. When Penn State plays Ohio State tomorrow, Rod, you'll have the number 1 and number 2 defense in the country in yards per play allowed.
That's cool. That's rare. How often does that happen?
Penn State allows 3.42 yards per play. Ohio State right at 4.
That's going to be a slobber knocker.
Penn State has only allowed 6 offensive touchdowns this year. Ohio State 7.
Yeah.
All year long. Now, again, strength of schedule not great for either. But, man, it's the opposite of the Oregon-Washington game from a week ago where you had 2 of the top 3 offenses in the country. This week you have two of the top defenses in the country.
Well, and Penn State actually has got the offense to match it. And Ohio State, infamously
they get
and
the home
notoriously,
field, right?
Yeah, they always have a great offense, but this year the defense is actually ahead of the offense. Ohio State.
Yeah, last week it was 36-33. This one probably, if you get to the 20s, you're feeling good if you're either one of these two teams with Ohio State and Penn State. That's the game tomorrow at 11 o'clock. It's the big noon Fox game, so you can watch the whole thing and still be ready to go for the Texas game at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, you can win it with 28 points.
Oh, yeah. You get a 28 in this game?
You're going to win it. Yeah.
It comes down to a couple young quarterbacks, right? In Drew Aller for Penn State. Ohio State's trying to still find their rhythm. They have Marvin Harrison Jr. Can't wait to watch that game. That's going to be old school. Old school.
Nice.
In Columbus tomorrow. We'll preview that college football weekend coming. Also, the NFL, which doesn't include the Cowboys or Texans. We also preview Game 5 now, all-important Game 5 of the ALCS, the Lone Star Series. Now knotted at 2. Astros tied it up with a 10-3 win last night. We'll recap that as well. Rod will get you a rant. We're loaded, man. It's a Friday. It's a football Friday, Rod. Give him the woo.
Woo!
Oh, man, what a weekend it's going to be. U.S. Grand Prix is here. F1 weekend is upon us. Congratulations. We gave away, Ron, I did not know this. We were doing the text to win contest.
Oh, yeah. Race.
We didn't give away a pair of 3-day wristbands. We gave away 5 pair
Hold
of
up,
3-day
what?
wristbands. Yeah,
I thought it was one pair.
so did I. Christina Killingsworth, our
Wow,
marketing director, tells me
KK.
yesterday. No, yeah, we had 5 winners. We had 5 winners.
Christina Killingsworth.
Killing it.
Killing it.
So congratulations to those who swiped up those
Wow,
those
that's
passes.
fantastic.
And, we told you when we changed our text line number, we know that could be a bit of a hassle. We went from 337-3776 to 447-3776. But that was all to be able to give you cool stuff like that. And
That's
that was
amazing.
a text-to-win contest.
That's so cool.
And 5 of you won. Now you'll be out at the U.S. Grand Prix all weekend long. Very cool.
Man, that is fantastic. That's, like I said, that might be the best damn props we've ever given away. It's
5 of
close.
them.
It's in the conversation.
Yeah, so check that out this weekend. Obviously, if you're not going to the race, you might want to avoid that area and be prepared. If you're planning to fly out on from Monday, be ready because the airport's going to be jammed today and certainly leaving on Monday, getting up and out of here with all the folks descending upon Austin from all over the world for the U.S. Grand Prix and the weekend that comes. And that always, that brings a ton of money, Rod. We know like
big money.
like rich
international
people, international billionaires,
wealthy people.
Yeah, the traveling.
There's a difference between being rich and wealthy, and them some wealthy people.
Well, then what do you know? You got all these pop-up concerts that are going on, like where rich people pay entertainers to perform, right?
Yep.
I think Ty's going to an industry thing tomorrow night. The Black Pumas and some other bands.
Yeah, secured my date to that last night.
Oh,
I was going to have to go on another mandate, but
is it a female?
Another mandate.
A female.
Good for you.
Where'd you come up with that? Was this a
Deep Eddy?
A date? Oh,
where'd you come up?
You
with
picked
that?
up some strange at Deep Eddy that's going with you.
I had known this lady. I was actually
See?
so I went to
No
the tavern.
strange.
I went to the tavern for the game. And then after the Abreu home run, I was literally the only Rangers fan in there. The tavern was shaking when that home run happened.
Way to
I
go,
was-
Tavern.
I was like, I can't be
Never
here.
too far from 12th to Lamar, baby.
I
Damn
can't.
right.
I was like, I can't be here. I went home. I took off my shoes, took off my socks, changed clothes, got in bed, and then I got a text that, "Are you going to Deep Eddy tonight?" And I was like, "Oh."
You were in bed and you went all the way back to Deep
I
Eddy.
literally,
Hey.
I drove to
It's
Northeast.
undefeated,
Yeah,
right?
Paid off.
it did.
It did.
I had no regret, and I was like, man,
It is undefeated.
Yes,
like
it
no
is.
matter what. And then my guy Juan, shout out bartender there. I walked in, he gave me a shot of tequila instantly, and I was feeling better. But did not
there
watch
you
the end of the
go.
game.
Hey,
You didn't need to.
I was gonna say,
I was
you're good.
I was working a different game.
that's exactly. You know
now
what
you
I
have a
mean?
date for the industry party featuring the Black Pumas on Saturday night.
Coffee is
downtown.
for closers.
Yes.
ABC, always be closing.
That's
brother.
right. That's right.
Always be closing.
Well, have a great weekend. Whatever everyone's doing, watching football, not watching your Texans or Cowboys this weekend. I'm actually going to the beach, Rod. Galveston.
Ooh,
Galveston.
nice.
My
You
younger
celebrating.
sister, my only sister, turns 40 this next week. So we're having
That's
a little
cool.
get together for her to celebrate
Nice.
the 40th. And you got to do big things on
Legit.
big birthdays like that, 40 and
Oh,
50. And
Hey man, you're blessed to see it.
yeah,
for
get to see
sure.
my family, get
Yeah,
to see
man.
my brothers, and we'll watch the Longhorn game and have a good time this weekend. So that's our plan. Hopefully you got some good plans for the weekend.
Football plans
Football plans for sure.
Mhm.
Rod, you
Oh.
and Patrick will be out at Doc's backyard
Yeah.
tomorrow.
1 to 3. So come on out and join us. Plenty of specials on Bud Light, Michelob Ultra out there. So come on out and hang out with us.
It's a
My
good
man,
spot, man.
yeah, I think Ty might come hang out for a little bit.
I'll be there.
All right, boom, Ty will be there. Boom.
On his
Just said
way. Yeah, that's a good. It's a really good place to watch the game. The weather's gonna be great. It'll be warm tomorrow. The temperatures are climbing into the 90s.
Oh, it's gonna be. It's a beautiful day to be hanging out at Doc's backyard.
Yeah.
Great outside patio area. It's fantastic.
That football smell is officially in the air every day.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
What does football smell? What does it smell
Just like
like?
the fall, the change of season.
Yeah, no, you're right. It
We
feels.
wake it's a little cooler in the air.
Oh,
Based on our debate of
awesome.
last hour, by the way, someone did clarify we will fall back November the 5th because Ty got in his car today and his clock was changed. I don't know how that happened. Maybe the tequila.
somebody's pranking Ty.
Somebody tequila got you. I don't know.
Somebody's
But
pranking Ty.
we will fall back in about 3 weeks.
Yeah.
2.5 weeks. November the 5th is when the fallback is. And it is happening. I know there's been some legislation to eliminate the whole daylight savings thing.
Yeah, people think it's unnecessary, and it probably is.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's get to headlines, trending topics, top stories to start your Friday morning. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories, and we start with baseball. Yeah, the All-Texas All-American League Championship Series now knotted at 2 games each. Houston Astros roll past the Rangers in Game 4 last
Go
night,
Astros!
10-3. Houston jumped out early 3-0 thanks to 4 straight hits from the top of their order against Andrew Heaney. Only managed 2 outs in the game. Alex Bregman tripled, just played a pair. Jordan Alvarez singled to score Bregman. It was 3-0 Houston. Homestanding Rangers, though, did rally to tie it at 3 home runs from Adolis Garcia and Corey Seager. Bookended and in the middle, Josh Young had a sacrifice fly. Houston's bats, though, went to work again in the top of the 4th. Back-to-back walks to start the inning. Then Mauricio Dubon singled. Jordan Alvarez put the Astros in front with a long sacrifice fly, and that brought Jose Abreu to the plate with 2 aboard.
2 pitch to Jose Abreu. Hammered to left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second deck. Jose Abreu.
Yeah, no doubt about it right there. Houston tacked on 2 more in the 7th, 1 in the 8th to finish it off. They level the best-of-7 series at 2 games each, improved to 8-1 this season at the Rangers' home ballpark. That'll be the site today of Game 5. 4:07 is the first pitch. Yesterday in Arizona, the Diamondbacks took Game 3 of the NLCS. 2-1 was the final. Ketel Marte laced an RBI single in the 9th to break a 1-1 tie and walk it off for the Snakes. Philadelphia still leads that series 2-1. Game 4 is tonight out in the desert. College football, more midseason accolades for the Longhorns yesterday. Running back Jonathan Brooks and defensive lineman Tavondre Sweat were named to the 2023 midseason watch list for the Maxwell Award and the Bednarik Award, respectively. The Maxwell has been given to college football's top player since 1937. Bednarik Award honors college football's best defensive player. 8th-ranked Longhorns open up the second half of their season tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock, facing the Houston Cougars. As Rod just said, Doc's Backyard, our location, 1 o'clock tomorrow for the pregame show. NFL, good one on Thursday Night Football. How about Jacksonville? They held on for a 31-24 win over the Saints in New Orleans. Saints tied the game at 24 in the 4th quarter, but Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence hit Christian Kirk, 44-yard catch and run touchdown to be the game winner. Jags improved to 5-2 on the year. Saints fall to 3-4. College football, Rice Owls rolled past Tulsa last night, 42-10. James Madison pulled out a win at Marshall, 20-9. High school football weekend kicked off last night with Leander. Huge come-from-behind win, beat Hendrickson 41-40. Anderson took care of Del Valle. Crockett and McCollum both posted shutouts last night. Tonight, it's Vandergrift, 7-0 Vipers. High school football facing Cedar Ridge tonight, 7 o'clock, right here on the Horn.
All right, 3-game series now between the Astros and the Rangers.
3 games.
3 games, baby.
Unfortunately for Houston, 2 of them are in Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I mean, you brought this up during the season, and I hate that it still has continued to be the case that the Astros are actually a bad to average to below average team at home, and they are the best team in Major League Baseball on the road. And that trend has continued in the playoffs. They're still really good, if not the best team in Major League Baseball on the road, but at home, for some reason, we don't know what it is. They just don't play the same brand of baseball. It's weird.
They don't hit.
This proves the point. This is the ALCS. This is the 4th postseason series that featured 0 leads at any point by the home team through the first 4 games of the series.
Yeah, they just don't hit at home for whatever reason, Ron. They don't hit as well.
That doesn't make any sense, though. It doesn't make sense, E.
I know.
It doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, remember, they went into Arlington in early September and scored 40 runs in 3 games and pounded the Rangers.
He broke some records on them.
And then you kind of felt like they locked up the division with that, really sent a message, but then they kind of stumbled through September with a lot of home losses to teams like Kansas City and Oakland, just losing games they shouldn't be losing. But now they go into Arlington after losing games 1 and 2 and put up back-to-back big offensive games again. It's a weird deal, without a doubt. Now Rangers, there's also the fact that who's pitching, right? The Rangers were able to start Jordan Montgomery, who will start today's game, and then Nathan Eovaldi in Houston. In Arlington, it was Max Scherzer, who wasn't sharp, and then last night Andrew Heaney was a disaster. He didn't make it out of the first inning. The Astros just came and attacked him, ambushed him early and often, and he was out. They had to go to Dane Dunning in the first inning. So that's part of it too, and that's the advantage the Astros have is the Rangers have 2 really good starting pitchers right now, and then a lot of question marks. Houston, a little deeper in that regard, but we'll see. You need better starts from Justin Verlander didn't pitch poorly in his first start, gave up 2 runs. One of them came on a kind of a hustling double and a not hard hit single, and then a home run to Leody Taveras. It was really the worst pitch he made. But man, Jordan Montgomery was outstanding. in that game one start. It doesn't matter what ballpark you play in. If he pitches like that, it's going to be a problem for Houston today. There's no doubt about that. So this should be a good one. Rangers are just trying to get their best arms back on the mound because Bruce Bochy has had to go. He's had to go to the bullpen early in each of the last 2 games. He probably stuck with Max Scherzer too long in game 3, but he wanted to get 4 innings out of him, but he gave up 5 runs. I mean, Heaney didn't get out of the first inning.
They kind of went to the bottom of the bullpen the past 2 games too, that I've noticed. Like Stratton and a few other guys hadn't pitched in like a month.
And can I say this? And I got into this on Twitter last night before we get to Rod's rant. This will be my rant, Rod.
Give it to me.
Because I've been saying it for more than a decade now on this radio station. The umpire last night behind the play is unacceptable.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's unacceptable.
I didn't even watch half the game, and I saw at least 5 or 6
It's
terrible calls.
It's terrible. Again, I've been arguing for an automated strike zone forever. No one would notice the difference. The players would appreciate it.
Just have them still call the balls and strikes.
Well, that's what I've always said. You wouldn't even notice it. The umpire has to be there. It's a base. You have to call the home plate. You have to call plays at the plate. You got to call foul tips. You got to call everything that the home plate umpire is in charge of. But all you do is you put a device in his hand that either lights up green or red, or the ball or a strike. That's all you do. You take it out of you take the human element away from it because they're wrong way too often, and it's important. And I'm not saying this from the Astros or Rangers side. It was for both sides. Just terrible home plate umpiring. And the umpire last night is known for having the widest strike zone, the biggest strike zone in baseball. Well, that shouldn't be the case. In the rule book, there is a strike zone, Rod. It's well defined.
Yeah.
So you don't get to have one guy that has his strike zone and one guy that has his strike zone. You have a strike zone. Just call it. I don't understand how baseball purists have argued about this for so long. Once the technology became available, I don't know why it hasn't happened long ago.
Well, because baseball fights against technology, and
just like they fought against the pitch clock and they fought against all the rule changes and
that's just
all the things that have helped the game.
That's the nature of the sport.
Well, you people are stubborn.
Yeah.
And the check swing calls have been terrible too.
That's a judgment call. I get that. That one's tough. But these are not judgments. Tennis they've had the eye on the court for years now.
Oh, yeah.
And they don't get calls wrong anymore. Remember John McEnroe used to argue calls all the time? Guess what they don't argue anymore? Calls.
They don't.
Because you get them right. It's not that hard, y'all.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So we got to sit there and watch this stuff where it's a foot outside and he calls it a strike, or it's right down the middle and he calls it a ball. It's like, y'all, what are we doing? This is the playoffs. These are big pitches. Every moment matters. Every pitch is magnified. Get them right.
Maybe that's the next. No, you're right. Maybe that's the next move for Rob Manfred, because Rob Manfred's legacy were the rule changes and obviously the clock changes, and to try to make sure you modernize the game, sped up the game, and everything's worked. It's been a grand slam home run. Even the traditionalists who argued against all the rule changes have now are willing to admit, okay, they worked. It's best for the game. The game is better than it's ever been in terms of the aesthetics and how palatable it is for the new generation. I think you're right. I think Rob Manfred, he might take it on.
Rod,
he should.
As this texter said, he missed the first ball pitch of the game. It's like, how do you do that, man?
You got to be ready for that one. Come on, man.
First one of the game. It's like, yo, man, this is going to be a long night. And that's all. I mean, because again, it wasn't. I don't think it was pro for either side. It was just bad.
And I guess that does balance it out, but still, nobody's getting a competitive advantage. Well, but you're talking about the product suffering,
right? And of course, we'll get the text from the purists that will say, "Well, it's the
human element."
Human element. You know what human element I want? The players. I want the players. They're the human element I'm tuning in to see, not the grandstanding umpire who wants to have his strike zone.
He definitely does. Yeah,
he doesn't get to have his strike zone. It's a strike zone. It's in the rule book.
It's already defined.
Yes.
You don't get to define it. You're not that important.
That's not you.
You're not that important.
That ain't you.
I agree. That's a good rant. I don't know why they haven't done it yet.
They are doing it.
They're experimenting with it.
They're experimenting with the minor, just like they did with the other rule changes. They have minor league games to see how it works, work out kinks, those kind of things.
But they know these guys are inaccurate. They have the analytics on these officials and umpires.
There's entire websites that track these guys.
Yeah, they have it.
Who are the best? Who are the worst?
They know how inaccurate they are.
Angel Hernandez should have been fired years ago. The guy's terrible. Okay, hey, can we get Rod's rant now? That's mine. Thank you very much. Let me get that out. Now we can go on to Rod's rant because it'll be better.
All right. First of all, Specs text line. A lot of people saying that the Astros need to open the roof at home. Just open the roof at Minute Maid. Maybe the Houston skyline will help change the dynamics and outcomes and result in wins. Dusty Baker did bring that up.
Go to the other clubhouse. Put the Rangers in the home clubhouse.
Brian McTaggart's report that Dusty Baker on the roof being open at the Guild said we were told there was an agreement we wouldn't have the roof open in either place, and I don't know what changed. So maybe even to get back at the Rangers for the miscommunication. Oh, man, open the damn roof. All right, let's get to some discussion about the NFL. We'll get back to Texas football. I promise you that. We'll get to previewing the Texas-Houston Cougars matchup and also hear from Steve Sarkisian. But I brought this up earlier because there's a troubling trend continuing in the NFL from last season. Last season, scoring was down, passing stats, passing touchdowns, they were down. Through the first 6 weeks of the season, we're noticing a very similar trend. And I have a theory as to why. Well, I think it's multifactorial, but I got one reason why. I got a couple of theories I've thrown out there, but I do think it's multifactorial. I brought these stats up earlier this week. Points per game, 21.7 points per game per team is the lowest since 2018. Touchdown percentage, 3.9%, lowest since 2008. Yards per attempt through the first 6 weeks now. Lowest since 2008 at 6.9. Yards per completion, lowest ever right now at 10.6. Net yards per attempt, 5.95, lowest since 2005. Passer rating, lowest since 2017 at 88.2. And sack percentage actually is the highest since 1998 at 7.2%. So a lot of sacks. And a lot of that is quarterbacks holding on to the ball a little bit too long, but also defenses, evolving as well, and defenders evolving. So I got some more stats to add to that. So in 2023, teams are scoring together 43.4 points per game. The 12.1 point margin of victory in 2023 is the largest since 2014. So if you're thinking you're noticing a lot of blowouts that are not competitive, you would be right. You're noticing some blowouts that aren't really competitive. How about this for underdogs? You degenerates in the gambling world like this, I'm not making fun of you. I'm a degenerate, just not of the gambling variety. Underdogs have covered the spread in only 44.8% of games. This goes to how the games have not been as competitive with the margin of victory. That would be the lowest percentage, the lowest rate since 2003 of underdogs covering the spread. Usually underdogs do a lot better than that. Underdogs have pulled upsets 34% of the time. That is the lowest number since 2014. Only 38.5% of games have gone over the projected point total. That is the lowest number since 1991.
Dang.
So if Vegas can't get it right because teams are scoring so few points, and even Vegas is way off. So only 38.5% of games have gone over the projected point total. Remember, you brought this up, the unders. Remember how you said, man, the unders are hitting.
13-2 last weekend.
Exactly, right? The unders are hitting.
When Vegas is pretty good at getting the number, the total right.
That's why they build those casinos, brother. Yeah. They're good. But, they've been a little bit off because the NFL has been a little bit off.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's the lowest number since 91. That is probably the most staggering of these stats. 397 offensive touchdowns in 2023 through the first 6 weeks. They had 500 touchdowns in each year through week 6 in 2020 and 2021. That's a big drop off. There's a 25% drop in passing touchdowns through week 6 from 2018 to 2023. The winners in games in the NFL have averaged 27.7 points per game. Last season, it was 26.2, so at least that's up. But those are the two lowest totals for winning teams to average since 2013. Losers are averaging around 15 points per game. That was 17 in 2022, so that number's dropping. So your losers are actually scoring fewer points, and your winners right now, even though they're scoring fewer points, at least you did see a jump. So what's the reason? The NFL is actually doing their own deep dive research to figure out what the hell's going on, and why is the offensive productivity dropping in the league? And they don't like this. They want to. It seems like people start talking about it soon, but it's only been like a year and a half where we've seen this kind of precipitous drop in offensive numbers. I think number one, I brought this up yesterday. Number one is quarterback injuries. There's no doubt. Last season, you had 68 different starting quarterbacks. You had 13 teams have to go to a third-string quarterback. I mean, you had just a lot of quarterback injuries, which means the productivity, the products, the level of play, everything drops off. That's the most valuable position in football. So with that drop-off, I think the offense falls off a cliff. And this year, early on, we've already had a ton of injuries to quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers, Deshaun Watson, Anthony Richardson, Jimmy G, Daniel Jones, Bryce Young. That will continue, as we know. So I think that's one of the reasons. But here's my favorite reason. I'm a DB, so it comes from a defensive back's perspective. The younger DBs, I think we're in a golden era of DBs right now. And you go look at the young crop of DBs that are in the NFL right now. Hell, go look at the Seattle Seahawks. They just drafted that kid, Witherspoon, who's killing it now as a nickel back. They moved him from corner to nickel. And then they drafted Tariq Woolen out of UTSA, ended up coming an all-pro as a rookie. Sauce Gardner was a first-team all-pro as a rookie. We hadn't seen that since Ronnie Lott. Think about guys like Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn. Hell, Deron Bland's balling. That was a mid to late-round pick for the Cowboys, balling as a corner. Jalen Petry's a really good safety for the Texans, going to be an all-pro in the future. He's just ridiculously good. I mean, the list goes on and on. There are a lot of really good young DBs out there. And here's my theory about why the young DBs are so good. They've evolved in a spread era, and now they're spread babies. These are the same kids that were growing up in the 7-on-7 era of the kind of the high school football 7-on-7 scene where they're going to different circuits. They're spread babies. They grew up with what used to be considered, to me, nightmare fuel, right? They grew up with RPOs. They grew up going up against the most athletic mobile QBs, whether it be high school or the college level or now the pro level. Play action pass, up tempo, pace and space, quick game. Guys, when I came to the Big 12, Nebraska was still running the triple option. They were. I was having to take on pulling linemen. All right, and set the edge. Mike Leach had just brought the air raid to the Big 12 in 1999. That was my first year at Texas. All right, so teams that just started really spreading it out, and that spread like wildfire. But then from then you got your RPOs and your package plays and your zone read and your read option, all of these different cheat codes for the offense schematically. But on top of that, the leagues, the NFL mainly, was changing the rules to be advantageous to the offense anyway. And every league wants the offense, right, to score a lot of points. That's good for the game, good for football viewers. Chicks dig the long ball. Everybody wants to see points, fantasy football, that kind of stuff. So my point is, these younger DBs, they grew up in this disadvantaged era for DBs, and they evolved in it, right? The rule changes everything, and essentially this football laboratory, right, of all these cheat codes and rule changes working against defense, it essentially is like the evolutionary adaptation. It created football Darwinism. It created a better crop of DBs coming out where now they're used to this spread, pace and space, RPO, package plays, cheat code era of football that gave the offense so many advantages when Rod B was coming up and playing in the NFL. Now those advantages, they aren't as distinct anymore. And they don't create the huge advantage that they once did because these guys are so accustomed and so familiar with it. There's a great quote from The Dark Knight Rises, and we'll end it here. The Dark Knight Rises, if you haven't seen it, with obviously Bane going up against the Dark Knight. And the Dark Knight literally calls himself the Dark Knight because he uses darkness as his ally, right? Darkness is something that Batman uses to his advantage. Right? That's why he likes to operate at night. Doesn't want to be out in the daytime because, hey, everybody can see him. Wants to operate in that realm. And Bane at one point tells him, hey, man, I actually evolved in the darkness. So I am more attuned into the darkness than you are. Here's the quote.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally? You merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already a man. By then it was nothing to me but blinding.
That's what these young DBs are. They were born in the darkness.
I was born in it.
They were born in it. They were molded by it. RPOs, play action pass, pace and space. I used to be freaked out by this stuff. Like, damn, I can't cover all this. It's too much for my mind to process. they're spread babies. They're built. It's all programmed into them already.
Wow.
And that's why they're so good. And it's not just the DBs. I'm just coming in from a defensive back's perspective. It's the defensive linemen. It's the front seven. They've all been, like I said, they've all been evolved in this spread era. And these old school cheat codes and force multipliers that used to work for the offense just don't work as well against this generation of defender.
And I would also add to that, right? So you're spot on. It's 100% true. The spread babies on the defensive side of the ball, but they've also devalued the running back, and they don't play as good on the offensive line. So offenses can't just turn and run the ball, right?
Yep.
They have a hard time running the ball.
They do.
The running backs are now by committee, and the offensive line doesn't hit as much, and they don't play as well up front, in my opinion, which leads to the quarterback has to carry everything, and his receivers are covered, and they're taking away the deep shots, right? And they're tackling well in space.
Yep.
It makes it tougher to move the football. We'll see if it's a ongoing trend in the National Football League. By the way, Bane that was played by Tom Hardy.
Yeah, it was a great voice, all-time great voice.
It's another reason you should watch Peaky Blinders.
Oh.
You guys should both see Peaky Blinders because Tom Hardy has a great role in that series as well.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
He's one of the main characters, one of the villains. It's really good.
good
Hey,
stuff.
we'll come back. We'll talk Astros Rangers Game 5 today, the all-important pivotal Game 5 in a best-of-7 series now knotted at 2. Also, we'll play Bullish or BS before the end of the hour. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby on a Friday.
Hook them up for sure. 4:07 today. First pitch, Astros Rangers. Game 5 from Arlington. We'll have it for you right here on the Horn. That means no sports complex today. We'll have the Rangers game right into Vandegrift football tonight. It'll essentially be our doubleheader of Game 5. Obviously, the Astros, Rod, playing well in Arlington. They're 8-1 this year. I went back and looked at it. We talk a lot about the Astros at Minute Maid Park and how bad they've been at home, 40-45. Do you realize on August the 17th, they were 33-26 at home? So they were actually almost 10 games over 500 at one point. The collapse at home has been in the last month and a half. That's the stunning part, or 2 months now. In their last 26 home games, the Astros have won 7 times. That's it. They're 7-19. That's really where Astro fans are like, what in the world? Because they weren't a bad home team through mid-August.
Nope.
I mean, they were actually pretty good. They weren't great, but they weren't bad. And from mid-August, August 17th, they came home for a series with Seattle, and they've been miserable at home since. Now, today is a road game. Rangers have to feel pretty good about their situation, too, because they have Jordan Montgomery going to the mound. He's been their best pitcher in the last 6 weeks as well, or last 2 months. He'll go to the Hill to face Justin Verlander in a really good matchup. And a big matchup, big spot here for JV and for Jordan Montgomery. But that they'll go back to Houston now. That's what last night's Astros 10-3 win guarantees, that they'll go back to Houston, at least for one more game. And that's an amazing number, Rod. 7-19.
I can't believe that.
7-19 as their record in their last 26 home games.
They're just bad at home. Right?
Yeah,
that's big. That's just bad at home.
That's bad.
That's not below average at home. That's bad.
Yeah, that's terrible. I mean, I'm trying to think. I'll go back and look. The last time they won a series at home, like because it was a 3 or 4 game series. You're playing, they got swept by Kansas City. They got swept by Seattle. They got 2 out of 3 to Oakland. Obviously they're 1-1 or 1-2 this year in the postseason at home. It's just a weird, perplexing situation. But and that's the thing, right? Because now that it's series again, it's 2-2. Now you're saying who can win this season? Well, the Rangers still have to feel great.
Whoever wins one at home.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a weird thing to say.
Well, and
whoever can win one at home is going to win this series.
It's what I did say after the Rangers won first, too, and I said I'm not going to panic. There's no white flag here.
Admit, me and Ty have shifted emotionally. You have not. You've been pretty steady.
Well,
it's going to be a long series.
I haven't shifted. I'll be cocky here in about an hour.
You were very cocky yesterday, and you were even cockier the day before that.
Well,
and your cockiness
the cockier Ty gets,
the
more confident I get.
Yeah,
I've been tired this morning. I will get there when we're on my 3rd cup of coffee.
Okay.
The caffeine's coming.
Okay, all right. Just seemed like you were more confident and cocky.
Get ready.
All right.
He's just tired.
Juice myself up.
He's just tired. He needs the performance-enhancing coffee.
Well, I think he'd have more energy if his team had won. I think part of that.
Well, I don't know.
Emotional
Here's the funny part. I'm still not confident. I'm an Astros fan. And people texted yesterday saying that I'm a typical arrogant Houston fan. Houston fans are the opposite of arrogant. Houston, if you've grown up in Houston, you are.
We've been battered and bruised.
You're bruised, and you're expecting the worst at all times.
The most famous moment for the Love Your Blue Oilers was the meltdown collapse against the Bills in the playoffs. That's the most iconic moment for the franchise.
What do you think my whole life has been with Dallas teams?
That's true too. Well,
you won championships,
but you've not when he was
won.
The
Mavericks.
and
that felt amazing.
And stars.
And not 1998.
But at least you guys can go. One. You can go back historically and go, well, not in my lifetime, but they're a championship. Houston can't do that.
Right.
Houston can't even do that.
No,
there's no Love Your Blue with that. You can't do that.
90s Rockets.
90s Rockets. That's it. And what the Astros are doing now in the midst of it. That's it.
But for folks who say we're arrogant,
it's annoying.
And sorry, the Comets.
If you're my age,
you want to claim that?
If you're 50 or older and you grew up in Houston, all you knew was let down and misery.
Yeah, come on.
Well, that's all short.
That's all the Rangers have ever given me. Think about it. We're one out of one strike away twice.
To be your age and be a Cowboys fan has been tough.
I always look back to the series against Toronto when we were up 2-0 and blew that.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of disappointment there.
In Houston, I mean, Astro fans lived through the Washington National Series and the World Series in 2019 that was just like this. Houston lost 2 at home, went and won all 3 in Washington, came home and had 2 chances to win 1 game with Garrett Cole and Justin Verlander as their starting pitchers and a chance to win the World Series, and they lost both games.
That was brutal.
A.J. Hinch kind of blew it in the Game 7.
Oh.
So, yeah, I mean.
Heartbreak, yeah.
Heartbreak.
The Rockets were up on the Warriors. What was that? What are they up on the Warriors? 3-1?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. This guy's
And then
smiling.
Chris Paul got hurt. And then Chris Paul got hurt.
Yeah, it's like they're supposed to beat the Warriors. That year. Nope. That's the way it usually goes for Houston. The Astros are actually the exception to the rule.
That's right. That's why I've started to like. I have a niece who's 7 years old. I'm like, and just you don't get used to this. This whole thing with the Astros. This is
Yeah.
like a pipe dream. I don't even know what that is. So they've been in the World Series like every year she's
like
been
surreal.
alive.
I think
is.
it's like if you are a Boston sports fan and you
Oh,
were born
yeah.
in like 1995, you've seen like over 20 championships.
Yeah,
That's
yes.
crazy. That's some
Patriots,
that's
Celtics,
crazy. You're right.
Red Sox,
Damn.
and then the old school Red Sox fans are like, yeah, what is this? I mean, I waited 100 years for this,
Yeah.
and now you're getting all these championships. That's exactly right. Well, yeah. So I don't think there's any arrogance in Houston fans. It's more of a
No.
expectation. But this Astros team has turned, and that's why I wasn't panicked because I just know that this team has
They got pedigree. They got championship
they got
DNA.
championship
We've seen
DNA.
that.
And guys like Jordan and Altuve, who played in his 100th playoff game last night, they step up and.
They did.
But I'm going to say it this way: I don't doubt the Rangers' ability to win this series. Still, I mean, now that the Astros are back in it, that doesn't surprise me. But the Rangers still have every capability to win this series because that Corey Seager home run last night, that was dumb.
Called it.
That pitch was like that was
Yeah.
the umpire probably would have called it a strike, even though it was a foot out of the ball up. But he hit it. He tomahawked it over the fence. That guy's unbelievable with his ability. To watch he and Jordan Alvarez hit the baseball is ridiculous because Jordan hits everything hard right now. And Seager is a really hard guy to get out. Simeon's still not doing much. They need to get Marcus Semien going. If you're a Ranger fan, he needs to be more of an igniter. But this is a big game. I mean, obviously, the numbers tell you that in a best of 7 series, any sport, NBA, hockey, baseball, if it's 2-2, the winner of Game 5 wins the series almost 80% of the time.
Yeah.
Because you put yourself one win away. So winner of today's game is in a really, really good spot. And if it's Houston, obviously you're going back home. But they got to figure out that Minute Maid Park thing. Brad, at this point, if you're 7-19 in your last 26,
I don't know what you do.
if you're Dusty Baker, you can't do the same thing.
You can't do the same thing, but it's a baseball. Baseball players are very regimented and they love routine and they're really superstitious. You can't change too much.
I think you have
just-
to, though. You can't let them get comfortable. They're obviously too comfortable at home, or it's in their own
You
head.
can't change too much, but you got to change something.
You're not gonna be able to change a mindset on the dime like that.
Well,
though.
put them in a hotel. Do something. Don't
You
let them
got
go
to
to
do
their
something.
own
I
house.
agree. You got to do something.
And the Rangers also know that this is a thing. I'm assuming too that
Yes.
that gives them mental confidence.
Yes, it does.
Going into it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what he's
I
going
think
to
at
change.
this point, because you're right, baseball it's between the ears as much as it is between the lines. I think they're gripping a little bit at home now. You ever seen the movie Tin Cup when the Kevin Costner character's on the range and he's shanking everything?
Yeah, and they get
and the caddy turns his hat and he gets him all looking goofy and he's like, so now he's thinking about that, not
how bad his swing is.
It's almost like Dusty Baker's got to do some of those Jedi mind tricks with him.
Yeah,
because it is going back to Houston now, win or lose today. Put their hat on backwards, do something. I mean, they
do whatever you do on the road at home.
Remember in the movie,
try to do as much stuff you do on the road at home.
Well,
How about that?
Stay in a hotel.
Like you said,
together.
stay at a hotel. Whatever you do, those subtle things, try to
Jim
do that.
Crane, the owner, can pay a bunch of fans to come boo him in the lobby. Just
That'd be
boo 'em when
great.
they're coming
Try
out.
to get a fans to
Cheaters.
wear Rangers gear out of
Come
fans. Give out Rangers like jerseys and Rangers T-shirts to the fans and tell them, hey guys, y'all need to dress like Rangers fans.
Well,
Halloween is early this year, Astros fans.
It's baseball, man. They got too much time to think. So once they start thinking, it's a problem.
I love it. I love the idea.
Have you seen the movie Bull Durham?
Yeah. Back in the day.
When Annie gives him the garter belt, and so you got to, and then you tell him to breathe out of his eyelids like the lava lizards. You got to give him something to think about.
What about Joe Boo? You bring up Joe.
Yeah, exactly. You got to get baseball players out of their own head.
So no, you're right. I wonder what he's going to do. He's going to do something. He knows this, and he's a savvy veteran manager. He's going to do something. I just wonder what it is, because you're right. It can be drastic, but he's got to do something. The definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results.
Now you have 2 months of evidence. Since August 17th, I gave you the numbers. They're 7-19 at home.
Yeah, it's
and they're going to have to win a game at home, at least one, to get to the World Series. And
whoever wins at home is going to win this thing.
That's right. That's right. The All Texas ALCS is everything we hoped for, and it's still going.
It's good. It's entertaining. It's taking you on an emotional roller coaster already.
Even last night, Astros jump out 3-0, Rangers come back 3-0.
Yeah.
How Jordan hits one that you think is a grand slam, and all of a sudden it's
sacrifice fly. Like, how did that not go out?
Got some good drama.
Then Abreu goes deep and pretty much over from there. Then Ty started taking tequila shots. You know how that goes.
Then he got
Worked out.
Then I guess to say, then he hooked. Well, I don't know if he hooked up.
No, I'm a long-term schemer.
Oh, you're a pleasure
Now
delayer.
you are a scammer. I see.
You said schemer.
Oh, schemer. Sorry.
Stay
Schemer, not scammer. Schemer. There's a difference.
There is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Scammer. You're just trying to
Scheme,
do harm to people. You're trying to
I'm gonna
take
look
what's
that up.
theirs. Scheming. You're just plotting. You're plotting, but not necessarily plotting to do harm or to take something from somebody.
The art of the scheme.
Art of the scheme.
Scheming, baby.
I talk about it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Starting a
We
seminar.
come back. We'll hit some bullish or BS into the weekend. Topics we're bullish on and things we're calling BS on, including the home plate umpire last night. It's Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby.
Time for Bullish or BS. Brought to you by the Austin Gamblers. By the way, I got a note from our friend J.J. Gotch yesterday,
Oh,
Rod,
yeah.
president of the
Ready for
Austin
the
Gamblers.
playoffs.
Yeah, they're in
baby.
Vegas. Vegas.
Damn right.
Playoffs. PBR team series gets going today. They have a bye, and then they're on the Bulls on Saturday and Sunday looking for a championship. But this week when they got out there, we remember J.J. offered us a spot on the plane.
It's nice.
They went to the Sphere. JJ went to the Sphere. Saw a
Oh,
concert
did he
there.
really?
Yes.
Who'd he see?
I think it was U2 again. I think U2 is like
wow.
doing a little residency there in the month of October.
Fantastic.
And he said it is unlike anything you'll like.
Yeah.
And another friend of mine that went there told me that if you have any type of motion sickness
can't
problem,
do it.
don't do it.
Yeah, I don't think I could go either.
It's so visually and sensory stimulating.
It's like a sensory overload. You could
Yeah, the
end up having
seats kind of
sensory
lean
overload.
forward.
Yeah.
And everything. It's like you're inside a snow globe.
Yeah.
And JJ said it was like the most unbelievable
Oh yeah.
concert entertainment experience he's ever
Apparently,
witnessed.
it's one of those things that a lot of people who like to get on the good.
The good.
The
trip.
good. Apparently, if you like any type of altered state of mind, that you like to-
Psychoactive EDs.
whatever it may be, whatever floats your boat, that apparently that's the place you got to get to.
Well, and he
you
posted
got to get to one of them concerts. Apparently, it is a trip.
JJ posted a video on
Triple
his
trips.
Instagram, and it's like, oh my gosh, because you're watching the concert, you can see the stage, and then you just keep looking up, and everything. There's something
and it keeps
happening
changing
everywhere.
Yeah,
Yes,
it keeps changing all the
yes,
time. I mean,
it's
it just-
360 degrees.
yeah. Oh no, it's Then when you start, and like U2's doing shows there, but every major artist is gonna try to book a show there.
Oh my
Just
gosh.
because it's so kind of iconic the way
Well,
you
guess
could
what?
put
Guess
on a
where-
performance there, unlike anything else.
Guess where the Super Bowl is this year, Rod?
Vegas.
Vegas.
In the eye?
No, the
Gosh.
NHL wants to do their draft there. The NHL wants to do their draft.
Is it big enough to where they could put like a hockey rink in there?
I don't know how big. I'm
Can
sure
we
it's
do a
pretty
Taylor
damn
Swift
big.
concert up in that thing?
Yeah, but I'm telling you, that when NHL does their hockey
Well, why would-
draft in there, I guarantee you every league's gonna do their draft in there, and it's gonna be wild.
Well, I mean, from where the stadium is in Vegas, where they're going to play the Super Bowl, it's a couple of blocks. Why don't they just do like the halftime show in there? Wouldn't that be better?
Ooh. I don't know
Yeah,
if
for
it's-
the TV.
Yeah, for TV.
audience.
I mean, because I don't know. I mean, instead of trucking out stages and all the things, just do it in there.
I wonder if the people wouldn't want that to be out because how exclusive it is to have the experience. Do you want the whole world to just have a free concert inside the, you know what I mean? Right now, probably the top venue for concerts in the world.
They'll do something.
That thing, I've seen so many videos every day. of
I've seen
just-
video, but not a whole concert. Not a whole, like literally, that's what halftime show was like 20, 30 minutes.
Yeah, I bet you could go.
You've seen like clips, and they
Yeah.
want you to get those clips because that entices you, gets us talking about it. You want a whole concert of it? They might
a whole
decide.
concert, but a halftime. What
Halftime
is that,
show.
like 15 minutes?
I don't know. I
No,
don't know
it's
why.
about 20.
If you're in
it's about
Vegas, I don't know why
20
you
minutes.
wouldn't utilize it.
Yeah,
They'll
it's
do something
halftime
with
shows are pretty long.
NFL do something with it
Yeah.
while they're there for the Super Bowl.
Well, I know I'm just saying if that may push back, like, hey man, you got to pay us a lot of money. We're just giving everybody like a free show here.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's just throwing it out there. I mean, think about it. The NFL doesn't even pay the halftime performers. The NFL's cheap. They're a bunch of cheap billionaires, and they're good at it. So they don't even pay halftime performers. They won't even pay Taylor Swift for it. They just ask her to do it. She's like, I ain't working for free. I just made $4 billion on my tour. You want me to do it for free?
Yeah. Hey, bullish or BS, Rod, I saw this where this is from Stephen Holder, who covers the Indianapolis Colts. He said, many of you asked about the Colts and Broncos potentially in a trade for Jerry Jeudy ahead of the trade deadline. Trade deadline's at the end of this month, Rod. Here's what I was told by multiple sources. Broncos called the Colts, not the other way around. Denver is shopping Jerry Jeudy more than other teams are calling about Jerry Jeudy. Bullish or BS that Jerry Jeudy will get traded before this deadline in 2 weeks? Or there will be another big trade in the NFL. Do you think there'll be a
There'll be a big trade.
Christian McCaffrey caliber
I don't know
trade?
if it's,
Patrick,
I don't know if it's Judy because I don't know if people like Judy that much.
remember Steve Smith calling him out? You're
Yeah.
just a guy.
He called him just a jag. He's basically a third caliber wide receiver, a third rate wide receiver. I don't know. I mean, somebody might trade for him, but I don't know if anybody's prioritizing Judy. They
Is
could
there a
be.
trade to be made that can impact one of these contenders? Because there's a lot of parity right now. There's good teams, but doesn't feel like there's one great team.
Adoree Jackson, to the Cowboys.
Who's that?
Oh, the corner.
The corner?
Yeah, the corner.
USC Titans.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, Cowboys need one.
Speed.
Detroit-
Speed.
Detroit Lions are the team to watch making a move.
Yeah, they're kind of an all-in team
They
right
haven't
now.
been here in a long time as an organization. The ownership, I guarantee you right now, is willing to go all in with them. And they're feeling good about that NFC and having a shot in the NFC, especially if the 49ers injuries keep piling up.
Yeah, they feel like they're right there with the Niners and the
Mhm.
Eagles. And they are on the lines of scrimmage, and Jared Goff's playing great football. I think that's a great point.
Also in Bullish or BS, Rob, we'll get into this Michigan situation, investigation into illegal scouting. Is that right? We're Michigan, Jim Harbaugh's team. They're all in. They want to win the Natty this year. They could be in trouble, though. We'll get you details. Also on the Big Ten, that big Penn State-Ohio State matchup tomorrow in Columbus. Matchup of maybe the two best defenses in college football through the first 6 weeks. We'll get you that preview as well. Cowboys and Texans both off on Sunday, but another good slate of NFL coming your way. And obviously we've got Game 5, Astros-Rangers up from Arlington. We'll preview that coming up. It's 3 hours to go on a Football Friday edition. Give them the woo, Rod.
Woo!
Friday on the Horn, hook 'em up. Hooking you up. 5 of you won tickets to the U.S. Grand Prix this weekend. All 3 days. Wristbands. Good job. Congrats. Thanks for texting and being a part of that contest.
It's fantastic.
Enjoy your weekend at COTA.
I mean, that's just, you ain't even got to be a fan of racing
No, it's
to
a
enjoy
spectacle.
the extravaganza. Yeah. The festivities happening out there.
It's going to be a little warmer than it's been. Temperatures will be in the 90s today, low 90s tomorrow, about 85 on Sunday. No rain chances until Monday, so that's good. Should maybe a little cloud cover, too, into the weekend. We'll take that if you're out watching the racing. Also, the Killers and Queen. Killers are tonight on the Super Stage.
Yeah, a lot of...
I wonder how that show at Emos went.
I know. That's so cool that they did that. Because I understand that they're doing this show on the Super Stage tonight. But that's a hard ticket to get, right? It's expensive to be...
Unless you're Ty, you know somebody.
Unless you're Ty, yeah. And
Ty, you just know people.
your buddy lives with his parents, get you a ticket.
Boom. Go to Game 6. Go to ACL. Go on
Did you get a
to
ticket to the Grand Prix?
insider shows.
I haven't tried.
Exactly. If he tried, he'd have been okay.
Yeah, if you missed it yesterday, we learned that Ty is going to go. Now that there will be a Game 6 in Houston on Sunday evening, we now know that Ty's got a ticket to that game, courtesy of his buddy who lives with his parents.
Might not be. Yeah, probably. I'm
His
really
jobless
trying.
buddy.
I'm really trying not to do the old drive down there, drive back on Sunday. So maybe, hopefully, somebody can.
We kind of
Sit
need
in
you
for
here
me
on
on that.
Monday. You know what I mean? Then
Oh, yeah.
we do have some moving things that we're doing.
Oh yeah.
There are some things happening here at the radio station
So
that
I'm gonna have to drive back.
yeah,
Yeah.
just
You
telling you.
have to drive back.
We don't need to tell the
Forgot
people about
about
that. It's
that.
a little behind the inside baseball, but there are some things happening up here at the radio station. Right? I don't know if you've seen the boxes.
The
and
show must go on.
show must go on, baby.
Show must go on,
Yeah,
baby.
that game's already been announced, by the way, since now it's official, because whatever happens in Game 5 today, there will be a Game 6 on Sunday. That's a 7:03 first pitch from Minute Maid Park, where the Astros stink.
For some reason, I don't. It's stupefying. We still don't really know what the hell's going on with the Astros in their home park, but that's all right. Dusty's gonna figure something out. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna change it up. The definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. Gonna switch it up.
Well,
Flip the script a little bit.
I can't explain to you how many times I heard that from my dad. My
The
entire
definition
life.
of insanity?
Yeah, he goes, you know what the definition of insanity is? And I go, doing the same thing over and over again,
But
expecting a different result.
exactly, but it does apply here for the Astros. We know baseball players very routine, very regimented. They all
time to
about
shake it up.
Yeah, they're very superstitious. So you got to do. I would say just apply whatever your methods and procedures and protocols are on the road. Let's apply many of them that are obviously practical and applicable at home. And E's idea was stay in a hotel in case they're not staying in a hotel. Do that. I think ownership should try their best to get the fans to wear Rangers gear. And give them to wear Rangers gear and tell them they need to cuss out and boo their beloved Astros. If you love them, then you will boo them.
Yeah, boom. That's it. They need it.
You
They
love-
need the
it.
villain.
They
the
like being the
stature.
villains, man. Just give them the middle
They need
finger.
to be shaken up.
When you want to clap for them, just turn it into a middle finger instead. There you go.
Let's go to the headlines, though. Trending topics. Get you caught up on the news of the morning as you get up and out on a Friday. Top Gun Rentals and Lawn Equipment bring you the top stories each and every morning. Let's start with baseball. Yeah, the Astros did it again last night. That's 2 straight now in Arlington, and 9-1, 8-1 now in their 9 games in Globe Life Field. They beat the Rangers 10-3. Homestanding Rangers, the Astros scored 3 in the first inning, but the Rangers rallied to tie it at 3. Home runs for Adolis Garcia and Corey Seager. But then Houston's bats went to work again. Top of the 4th inning in a 3-3 game. It was back-to-back walks to start the inning. And Mauricio Dubon singled. Jordan Alvarez put the Astros in front with a long sacrifice fly, and that brought Jose Abreu to the plate with 2 on.
2 pitch to Jose Abreu. Hammered the left center field. Way back there. It is gone. Second deck. Jose Abreu.
Yeah, Joe Davis on Fox last night. Houston tacked on 2 more in the 7th, another in the 8th to finish it off. Level the best of 7 series at 2 games each. As we said, Game 5 this afternoon. 4:07 first pitch at Globe Life. Also yesterday, Arizona took Game 3 of the NLCS 2-1. Phillies still lead that series 2-1. College football midseason accolades still coming in for the Longhorns. Running back Jonathan Brooks was announced as one of the finalists or the watch list for the Maxwell Award. That goes to college football's Player of the Year, has since 1937. His teammate Tavondre Sweat named to the midseason watch list for the Bednarik Award, which honors college football's best defensive player. Eighth-ranked Longhorns are back at it. They open up their second half of the 2023 season tomorrow afternoon, 3 o'clock at Houston. On his weekly Thursday Zoom availability, Texas head coach Steve Sarkisian provided an injury update on his injured Longhorns.
Everybody's practiced. A couple of those guys I think will be game time decisions, but again, everybody practiced all week. My decision as a coach ultimately is those guys, that all the guys we're talking about, is it in the best interest of the team, to put them out there? Do they put us in the best position to be successful? And then B, I have to look at each individual. Is it in their best interest to put them out there?
All right. Those guys that he's speaking of would be your starting offensive lineman Jake Majors and Cole Hudson, tight end J.T. Sanders, defensive backs Ryan Watson, Jalen Catalon in the NFL. Good one on Thursday Night Football last night to kick off Week 7. Jacksonville held on for a 31-24 win over the Saints in New Orleans. Saints tied that game at 24 in the fourth quarter. Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence hit Christian Kirk on a 44-yard catch and run for a touchdown, proved to be the game winner. New Orleans had a chance to tie it, but Foster Moreau, their tight end, dropped what would have been a game-tying touchdown pass and needed the point after, but dropped it in the end zone. Jaguars improved to 5-2. Saints fall to 3-4. In college football, Rice rolled past Tulsa 42-10. James Madison pulled out a win at Marshall 20-9.
This Michigan story is weird. This Jim Harbaugh story. Have you read some of the details of this thing? It's kind of strange. So the NCAA is investigating Michigan football for allegedly violating rules that prohibit teams from scouting in-person future opponents. The allegation pertains to the NCAA bylaw 11.6.1, which reads, quote, off-campus in-person scouting of future opponents in the same season is prohibited. It specifically says in the same season, too, which is also weird. So I could do it for the next season if I know the team that got guys coming back. The Big Ten Conference received notification from the NCAA that the organization is conducting an investigation into the Wolverines. A league spokesman said the spokesperson also declined to confirm any more details. Late Wednesday afternoon, the Big Ten Conference and University of Michigan were notified by the NCAA that the NCAA was investigating allegations of sign stealing by the University of Michigan football program. The Big Ten Conference has notified Michigan State University and future opponents that the Big Ten Conference considers the integrity of competition to be of the utmost importance and will continue to monitor the investigation. It said apparently at issue, according to sources, is whether Michigan used unnamed individuals to attend games of both scheduled opponents and possible college football playoff opponents in an effort to gather information on the signs they use to call both offensive and defensive plays. Two of Michigan's opponents this season told Yahoo Sports they became aware that Michigan knew their play signs. Sign stealing does not violate NCAA rules unless the team uses in-game electronic equipment to relay the information to players on the field or amongst coaches. The 2023 NCAA football rulebook addresses sign stealing in a general way under a section titled Prohibited Field Equipment. It states that any attempt to record either through audio or video means any signals given by an opposing player, coach, or other team personnel is prohibited. No corresponding penalty, though, is listed. And coaches have been really good at this. Remember, Justin Fields in the 2021 Sugar Bowl, he admitted that they were going to huddle instead of going to the line of scrimmage and doing check with me hand signals and doing check with me signs, period, from the sideline, because they thought Brent Venables had stolen their signs or had become adept at being able to decipher their signs. Stealing signs and deciphering signs, two different things, I guess. And said that's why they decided to huddle to call the plays. And remember, Texas complained, there was a report that, Texas had to deal with this last season with their team stealing their signs. Now, whether they got it from players who had transferred through the portal, that kind of thing, or whether they actually just did that due diligence and actually was able to decipher those signs based on research and scouting, whatever it may be. Apparently Texas, reportedly, I should say, Texas has dealt with that as well. I think programs got to deal with that.
Well, and the rule in question is NCAA bylaw 11.6.1, which states, as you said, Rod, off-campus, in-person scouting of future opponents in the same season is
so
prohibited.
Weird. I don't know how that's illegal.
The NCAA claims that Michigan is using a vast network to steal opposing teams' signs.
I assume this was going on anyway.
An overnight report by ESPN says a low-level staffer with a military background is one of the keys to the scheme. So there's some teeth to this because they've got people. They've got evidence
a network set up
of this vast network, including a low-level staffer with a military background.
But don't you assume that all big-time Power 5 programs are doing this? They got money and resources?
I guess it.
Don't you assume they're all doing that?
But as it says here, you're not supposed to.
I know.
You're not allowed to.
I'm sure you're supposed to know the rules, and I'm sure Jim Harbaugh knows this rule.
Remember, Jim Harbaugh was suspended for the first 4 games of this season for rules violations during COVID.
Self-imposed one. Remember, the NCAA wanted a harsher penalty, but he went with the school-imposed penalty. And this may be the NCAA saying, okay, you don't want to go with our penalty? Okay, you know what? We got some more dirt on you, Jim. We got some more dirt on you. Don't worry. We'll get you. So this could be the NCAA, deciding that they want to go after Jim Harbaugh, who gave them, kind of a middle finger when they caught him for recruiting violations, I believe.
Look, if you're connecting dots, if the low-level staffer of this vast network are going to these, let's just say Penn State game or Ohio State game and watching from the stands, and then when they play Michigan, able to watch the same coaches and then somehow through technology relay the signs that they're stealing or seeing to the field, that obviously would be a problem.
Now, that's doing real time in the games.
Yeah.
I assume this was advanced.
Well, but you're
scouting for scheduled opponents,
but
not
would you have to be doing it in advance to then use it when you get to the game? I mean, you're trying to get the sign so that when you do play them,
preparation.
Maybe, yeah.
The prep of the weekly, the weekly prep. You can just say like, "Hey guys, this sign means this. This sign means this." I'm assuming if they're talking about during the actual game, real time, having someone on the opposing sideline, near the opposing sideline, taking signs and stealing them, and like the Astros were accused of doing, relaying them real time with electronic technological means.
Yeah.
That's a different level altogether. I can see somebody doing advanced scouting. To me, it's like watching film.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I send somebody to games. I send somebody to go watch games, and maybe they got their binoculars.
Right.
They got the really high definition camera or whatever, and they can zoom in on the sideline and see different things. To me, that is not as I don't know. To me, it's not as shady as doing it during the same game, having somebody on the opposing sideline during the game that you're playing them, relaying the messages they're deciphering, and having you be able to relay that to your players during that same game. That is a new level of shady, right? One's a misdemeanor and one's a felony to me.
Yeah.
Am I tripping on that?
I don't think you're tripping, but I think the fact that this is out and it's been reported now and the NCAA is investigating it, I mean, because it can't be illegal to go scout an opponent. At the same time, sign stealing while doing it, and then it would have to be the intention of stealing the sign to then use that during your game and your matchup. Well, I mean, why would you be pre-scouting potential college football playoff opponents? Because when you get in that game, you want to have some advanced insight and then be able to, obviously, at least I shouldn't say obviously, potentially use that information during a matchup with that team to your advantage. I would assume is the conversation that's being had. So we'll keep an eye on that. Michigan and all of the eyes of the Big Ten will be on the Penn State-Ohio State game this week. How about Penn State, Rod? James Franklin, 1-8 career against the Buckeyes. 1-8.
Man, I'll tell you, he can't win big. Listen, the only reason I picked against him, I think Penn State might be a better team than Ohio State right now. I don't trust James Franklin in big games, and you shouldn't either. How about this? Under James Franklin, ranked Penn State teams are 0-6. Over on the road versus top 10 opponents. Over. Only once were the Nittany Lions an underdog of less than a touchdown. That was at Iowa in 2021 when they lost 23-20. That wasn't even a big game. I just don't trust James Franklin in big games. And he's proven me correct up until now. If he does win this game, this would be one of it's probably the biggest win of his career. It might be, it is.
It would be. It would be because this team then would get Michigan at home, right? If you could win this game in Columbus, then your road to the college football playoff and the Big Ten championship game, Michigan comes to you, right? You still got to win that game, but it's at your building. And it is pretty amazing. I think it's partially because of the schedules that they've played. But if you go to the NCAA statistics right now, Ron,
yeah,
Penn State and Ohio State are 1-2 in
yards per play allowed in the country, not the Big Ten, in the country. And then Michigan, Penn State, and Ohio State are 1, 2, and 3 in offensive touchdowns allowed this season.
That's amazing.
Michigan's allowed 5, Penn State's allowed 6, Ohio State's allowed 7. I mean, they're playing some great defense, but are they playing any good offense to become the question? I think Maryland's got a pretty decent offense, and Ohio State's played Maryland. Penn State played West Virginia early. But, yeah, I don't think any of those three have played a heavyweight schedule, to say the least. But to only have allowed 5 or 6 touchdowns all year is pretty damn good. Defensively, so it's going to be a low-scoring slugfest in that game when the round robin happens. And of course, tomorrow we'll get Penn State, Ohio State at 11 o'clock in the morning, biggest game of the day in college football. Also on that list defensively, Rod, is Utah. Utah's only allowed 9 offensive touchdowns this year. Their yards per play numbers are really good too. Are they a team that could give USC back-to-back losses tomorrow?
They play a physical style of football, which seems to be the kryptonite for USC. They can't seem to match up with physicality, and they don't even have Cameron Rising back yet either. Man, when Utah gets Cameron Rising back, they're gonna spoil a lot of teams' hopes and dreams in the Pac-12, because they could, you could argue, if they had Cameron Rising the whole year, they'd be one of the contenders to win the Pac-12. But since they'll get them back late in the year, oh man, they'll be a different team. They'll look like a totally different team. And they'll be a better team because they'll have more depth and they'll have more ways to win, because they're still a good team now with a backup. Imagine when they insert Cameron Rising, man, they're going to turn into one of the best teams in the country potentially.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
And USC, meanwhile, there was a report yesterday, the Dan Patrick Show, Rod?
Mm-hmm.
It says here, at the beginning of the college football season, Dan Patrick speculated about the possibility of Lincoln Riley leaving USC to follow Caleb Williams to the NFL. Now reports this week have come out that Lincoln has put feelers out asking to take a job in the NFL next season.
Yeah.
How about them Cowboys?
No, but that's smart. It's a good point.
Could Lincoln Riley be leveraging his star quarterback to follow him? You know, whoever has the first pick, you assume it's, maybe they'll be looking for a head coach. Could Lincoln Riley leverage himself into the National Football League with the ability to say, okay, we're kind of like Cliff Kingsbury did, right? When he drafted Kyler Murray with Arizona, when they hired Cliff and then drafted Kyler. Keep an eye on that.
I think for two things here. First of all, Lincoln Riley's smart. He's all about timing. He's smart. That's why he's been a fast riser. He knows when to jump ship, right? And he knows when to take advantage of opportunities. Not only has he got a quarterback that's going to be drafted number 1 overall, which he's had before, by the way. So he could have done this before. It ain't just, I got a quarterback drafted number 1 overall, I got to go.
Baker
It's
Mayfield,
happened before.
Kyler Murray.
It's happened twice before. So he's had his opportunity and hadn't gone. I think it's more, that's part of it, though. I think it's more he realizes now that he hasn't shifted and changed the narrative about his blueprint to win. He's all offense, no defense. And now the reputation seems to be even more solidified that Lincoln Riley don't give a damn about defense. He's all about offense. He knows that he goes to the NFL that I think he can just find him a defensive equivalent, a defensive head coach, which the NFL does a lot of. Like, he's like, no, this guy's offensive head coach. The Miami Dolphins are doing it right now. They got Vic Fangio on defense, Mike McDaniel on offense. That's basic. Boom. You handle the defense, I'll handle the offense.
Dan Quinn and Mike McCarthy.
Exactly. The NFL does that a lot. And I think Lincoln Riley is looking at that saying, man, I can just go hire me a really good, basically a defensive mastermind.
Yeah, hire a veteran assistant to be your right hand, your chief of staff,
Yes.
then hire a really good defensive coordinator.
Bro.
And, part of it, because you said it has happened before, but that would indicate to me that Lincoln Riley knows that Caleb Williams is really special. I mean, not
That's
that
true,
Kyler
too.
Murray wasn't or Baker Mayfield, but those were good players. I think he sees a potentially transcendent player.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And in the NFL, if you have that guy,
That's half the battle.
Ask Bill Belichick.
Yeah, that's half the battle.
If you have that dude, you can go win. Ask if you have Peyton Manning, if you have Tom Brady, if you have Patrick Mahomes, you can go try to win the Super Bowl every year if you hire the right coaching staff. And maybe Lincoln Riley sees that and says, you know what, whoever ends up with that one pick, I'm going to leverage this.
Yeah, and I think it's a better time than ever to look at offenses in the NFL and how they've translated from college. There are no such thing as a college offense and an NFL offense anymore. They're the same.
They're the same.
They're all running the same concepts.
And
So
Lincoln Riley is
yeah.
one of the better offensive minds in the sport.
Exactly. So it used to be like, he's a great offensive mind in college, but not in the NFL. That doesn't exist anymore.
Well,
now, if
you
you're a
can
great
imagine
offensive mind, you're a great offensive
Lincoln
mind.
Riley ends up in Chicago or whoever has the one pick, and then they hire Dan Quinn to run the defense and be the assistant head coach.
Man.
And you have Caleb Williams. I mean, that's a pretty good place to start. Plus, the Bears, Rod, could
The
have the
Bears.
first and second pick.
They could.
They could have the first and second pick because they own Carolina's pick too, and they're 0-6 because of the trade last year.
So basically, everybody that would draft Caleb Williams is willing to fire their coach
Yes.
immediately. So have Caleb Williams and Lincoln Riley as the package, and I think it's a good move. It's a good move, whoever it is.
Well, and Dan
Bears,
Patrick is reporting
Arizona
that
Cardinals.
feelers have gone out, and you know what that means. That means agents. Agents are working
Mhm.
behind the scenes.
No,
so.
yeah. Hey, I ain't mad at it. I'm not mad at
With
all.
those reports out there, you might want to pick Utah in this game.
Well, they're like 7-point underdogs too.
Who, USC?
No, Utah.
Oh, is that going to be one of your pick fives coming up, Ty?
Yes,
That probably should be.
I think
yeah.
so.
That game is at the
Even
Coliseum.
though, I mean, Utah doesn't play nearly as well away from home, but I think the physicality that you mentioned will keep it within that number.
Yeah.
That's one of the ranked matchups. You also have Duke, Florida State, which is interesting. If Florida State can get through that game, look out, because North Carolina would be their next really big matchup. They got a Florida game, but we got the in-state rivalry game.
Well, they got
gotta play.
Miami too.
And
That's-
Miami.
The only thing about Florida State, Scary, you're right. They're done pretty much with high ranked opponents after this Duke game, and they're like Texas. They had their tough marquee games kind of front loaded, but they have rivalry games. They got 3 of them.
And don't sleep on this Duke team that is 5-1. But as we've told you, if they can stop Notre Dame on a 4th and 16, they're 6-0 and they beat Notre Dame in that game. They couldn't. They let the quarterback Sam Hartman run for 17 yards and then they scored on the next play. But that Duke was that close to being a 6-0 top 10 team for this matchup, and they're getting 14.5 points. Wow,
That's too much.
that's a lot at
That's
Tallahassee.
a lot of points.
It's in
man.
Tallahassee, much like USC's game is at the Coliseum.
Is Riley Leonard playing?
I think he's game time. According to Mike Elko, good chance is the very latest on Riley Patterson, their young quarterback.
I don't know. What makes him sets him apart is his legs, and coming off that high ankle sprain, I couldn't imagine that he can contribute that much in that phase of the game.
Coming up, we'll go behind the burnt orange curtain. Texas football. Sark had his weekly Thursday Zoom availability yesterday, talking about this team getting ready. A little pissed off, Rod. Longhorns are a little pissed off
That's
having to
good.
stew on this
They need to be.
Oklahoma loss for 2 weeks. Rod will tell you why and why that's a good thing. Also get to your off-the-record conversations before the end of this hour, stories you probably missed but need to know on a Friday morning. Hook 'em up. 4:07 today. 4:07. It's Astros Rangers game 5. How about the Astros? They've outscored the Rangers 57-18, 39 runs more in their last 5 games in Arlington, including a 10-3 win last night. According to ESPN Stats and Info, Rod, that's the best run differential in Major League Baseball history in a span of 5 road games by a team against any 90-win opponent in any season.
The Astros love to bang it out in the gilf.
57-18. It'll be up to Jordan Montgomery, the left-hander for the Rangers, who's been so good of late. Been their best pitcher for the last 2 months. He'll get the ball against Justin Verlander today. You'll hear that game right here on the Horn. 4:07 first pitch, 3:30 on the pregame.
That's a great stat. Not for a Rangers fan.
Yeah.
You're an Astros fan. That's a hell of a stat. That makes you feel good. Because I remember when they set records.
Yeah,
in
that series
versus the Rangers.
in
I'll go back and
September.
look at my notes. They set a couple of records, actually.
Yeah.
Hitting the ball so well.
They outscored the
scoring so many
Rangers
points.
39-10 in that 3-game series.
Yeah, that was crazy.
And it was the Monday, like Labor Day Monday was game 1, and they played Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Houston banged it out there. And but now with the game 4 victory, that guarantees a game 6. And as we said, the Astros 7-19 in their last 26 home games, which is just unbelievable. That's the thing that when you look into the numbers, Rod, the Astros weren't a terrible home team all year. They're actually they were pretty good. And then in the month of August into September and into October, they've collapsed. Yeah,
crazy. What happened? Do we know what event happened?
I don't know.
Injury? What?
Well, you
Was
can
there
actually
something going on?
you can actually
They
mark
start thinking
it.
about the playoffs. They start thinking about the postseason. They couldn't have because the division was so damn tight.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, that's the question. Dusty Baker's been asked. The players have been asked, and now they're thinking about it a little bit, I think. But you can go to middle of August, August 17th. They were 33-26 at home, and since that point, they've collapsed. And that started with a 3-game sweep at the hands of the Mariners. The Mariners came to town and beat them 3 times, and they really haven't won a series since at home. They've been great on the road, though. I mean, that's obviously they wouldn't be here. They didn't collapse as a team. They collapsed as a home team, which is really bizarre, but they'll play the Rangers today. Rangers looking to get up off the deck after back-to-back losses, but it's the best of 3 series now. And if you're a Ranger fan, you're thinking, you know what? It's a best of 3. We've got our 2 best pitchers over the next 2 nights, this game and then Sunday night.
Make it happen.
We feel pretty good, and I think both sides feel pretty good about where they are, and that's why this will be a fun next 2 games, maybe 3.
It has not disappointed.
No.
I mean, it's been a whirlwind and a roller coaster of emotion, but the series is not disappointed. Now you got best of 3.
Best of 3.
Ty's going to game 6.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he's going to be.
I got to figure out that driving.
Nah, you'll figure it out. Ty will hitchhike if he's got to. Ty will make it down there.
Show starts at 6 on Monday, Ty.
Yeah.
Show starts at 6 on Monday.
Hey, he'll be there.
We'll be recapping that, but obviously we got the game today and then Sunday night. No game Saturday. Longhorns play Saturday. Congrats to Tavondre Sweat and Jonathan Brooks. You know, these midseason watch lists have all been announced this week, and we told you a few yesterday. Yesterday, though, Jonathan Brooks named to the Maxwell Award watch list. That goes to the nation's best player, has since 1937, and the Bednarik Award. As keeping an eye on Tavondre Sweat. Sweat. Can I, before we go behind the BOC, Rod, can we hear Sark talking about Tavondre Sweat and how big he's been for Texas?
Oh, let's do it.
Came back, could have tried to go off to the NFL, much like 2 of his teammates did. Keandre Coburn went to the National Football League last year. More Ojimo.
Think about how deep this deep tackle room was when you had Ojimo and Keandre Coburn and Sweat and Murphy and Collins and Broughton.
Yeah. And it's real good again.
Yes,
And Bo Davis is doing a nice job. But here's Sark on the importance of Tavondre Sweat coming back for a 6th year.
Pretty good. It's paying off pretty good. I think Sweat, one thing that I've been impressed with him is he's obviously a big man. He's obviously very talented. He's got great feet for a big man. He's powerful. He's really starting to utilize his pass rush ability. But probably the thing that's been the most impressive is his ability to sustain, right? His ability to play multiple snaps at a high level, which was something that we really, and Coach Bo and I have been pushing him on, is you can't play one play at elite level and then the next 2 not elite. And I think one thing he's doing this year is he's playing at an elite level down after down after down. And when you're a big man like that, with ability, and then with the high football IQ that he has, that's a recipe for a guy who's been playing really good football for us through the first half of the season. And, hopefully that continues. He's had a great attitude. He's been a tremendous leader this year. A guy who's kind of stepped into that role as we lost a couple from that last year's group with Coburn and Morrow. He and Murphy have really stepped up. Alford has stepped up, but I think inevitably for Sweat, it's just been the level of consistency that he's playing at an elite level, as opposed to last year we'd see flashes of a good play and then it would kind of go away. This year it's been much more consistent.
All right, let's continue to hear from Steve Sarkisian, head coach of the Texas Longhorn football team. He met with the media yesterday, had his media availability, and talked about the Houston Cougars. And he was just talking about T'Vondre Sweat there, and T'Vondre Sweat will be trying to take down Donovan Smith early and often, the quarterback for U of H. He's trying to put as much pressure on him as possible. Donovan Smith actually playing some really good football right now. We'll talk about that when we come back. But here's Steve Sarkisian talking about the Houston Cougars starting quarterback, who, by the way, already has a win against Texas under his belt when he was the starting quarterback for the Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Yeah, it is a different system, I would say, but I would also say schematically there's a lot of similarities, right? It's a little bit more of an open offense. There's 3 and 4 wide receivers on the field. They spread the field. And then by doing that creates running lanes for the quarterback. And, what I think I've seen out of Donovan, his comfort level throwing the ball this year coming into this game, as opposed to last year early in the season when we faced him, he's throwing the ball at a high level. He's very comfortable. They've got a good receiving core. And he does a really good job, like when we run RPOs, we RPO with the runner and then the receivers on the perimeter and or tight ends. They RPO with the quarterback run with advantage throws and RPO type throws. And so his decision making, I think, is at a high level. They're running quarterback counter with an RPO, and he's making that decision to throw it or to run it. And then he's such a big physical guy. It's not so much of the elite speed of the mobile quarterback, but the fact of how big he is and that he falls forward and that he can run so physical. Like we learned that last year on a couple short yardage runs. A 4th down run was a critical play. He breaks a tackle to get a 1st down. So I think it's really important with him that we tackle really well. And then we try to kind of shrink the running lanes in there for him, especially on the design quarterback runs.
He is. I'm glad Sark brought it up. I said this yesterday, and I think Sark has noticed it too. Donovan Smith is right now in the midst of his best 3-game stretch of his career. He's completing over 73% of his passes in his last 3 games. He got 9 touchdowns, 0 interceptions in the last 3 games. This is a guy that was pretty turnover prone, as you know, E. That was probably one of the knocks on him, since he's a turnover prone quarterback. And he's averaging, over 4.5 yards per carry in the last 3 games. So this is, from what I've looked at, and I looked at all of his games in his game log, he hasn't had a 3-game stretch this good in his career. So the hope for Texas is that you want to derail this. You want old Donovan Smith, not the Donovan Smith right now that's looking like a veteran quarterback who looks savvy, who looks calm and poised in the pocket, making good decisions with the football. 77.8% completion percentage versus West Virginia, 73% the game before, 77.5% before that. He really now is playing his best football, and as a passer, so if you're Texas, you want to speed up his internal clock, force him into making some bad decisions, which we know he is prone to do early in his career, but he has stayed away from that as of late. So that's big for Texas. And how they do that is apply pressure to the quarterback, Donovan Smith. And if he gets pressure on him, he's either going to abandon the pocket or he's either going to rush that throw. You just don't want him sitting back there with time to throw because he's got good receivers. I've been talking about this. Matthew Golden's a speedster who Sark actually recruited at one time. They have Manjack, great young receiver for them. He's probably their best all-around receiver, can do pretty much anything, can operate in zone coverage, can also beat man-to-man coverage consistently. And that's not even mentioning the best all-around receiver in terms of productivity. That's Sam Brown. He's leading the Big 12 in receiving right now. So, and they got Stephon Johnson Jr., a transfer from Oklahoma State. 3 of their wide receivers, I believe, were transfers. So they got some guys, one from West Virginia, one from USC, another from Oklahoma State. Here's talking about the speedster in that wide receiving core for U of H, Mr. Matthew Golden.
Yeah, really good player. I think first of all, as a wideout, he's been a really productive player at receiver. And then naturally in the kickoff return game, it is something that they've excelled at this year. And I think he's a lot of the reason why, when you have big kickoff returns, I think naturally everybody thinks you just block everything perfectly. But what he's done a good job of is making one guy miss or breaking one tackle and then creating that explosive return. And he's got the strength to do that. And then obviously he has the speed to take it the distance. And so it's a huge coaching point for us in this game is corralling him in the kickoff coverage game. We take a lot of pride in our kick coverage unit. Clearly they take a lot of pride in their kickoff return game, but I think he's a big reason for that. He was always in recruiting a highly competitive young man, had a high football IQ, and you see it in the way he plays, not only on special teams, but on offense as well.
Yeah, and see, he's kind of a Sark special. He's a speedster, slight-ish, smaller receiver, but he can go. He can run. And that's another part of this U of H team we haven't talked a lot about. We talk about how bad the defense is, and it is. It's the worst defense in the Big 12, one of the worst in the country. But their actually return game and special teams is good because their skill positions are explosive. They got a really good wide receiving core. Those guys contribute in the return game. So they actually will test the Texas return, basically their return coverage, their coverage specialists in the punt return and in kickoff return. So the way they defend kick returns is going to be big in this game too. That will be an easy score for U of H. Also could be an easy way for them to get favorable field position. So that's something we haven't talked about enough. It's going to be a big factor in this game. But that matchup of the U of H offense versus the Texas defense will determine whether this is a shootout or a blowout. If Texas D handles business, it's a blowout. If they don't, might end up being a shootout, at least early on.
Well, and handling business would include the things that they've been trying to work on, right? Red zone, offensively, and then defensively tackling in space, because you're going to have to tackle good athletes in space, because that's Dan Donovan Smith and your pass rush lanes have to be on point. These are all the things the Longhorns have been focused on and emphasizing during this week off. You'll get a good chance to see, because
exactly right.
It'll be tested, and you should be able to handle it. There's not the rivalry part of this game, and the crowd won't be like you saw at the Cotton Bowl. It'll be a 40,000 seat stadium. By the way, it's the 6th consecutive sellout the Longhorns are going to play in front of, because the Embrace the Hate tour continues. Baylor was a sellout for the first time, more student tickets than they'd ever sold for that game. Now Houston, and Sark did say yesterday, yeah, we understand that. It's wherever we go, people are going to want to get a shot at us.
Exactly.
Embrace the hate.
You got to.
On the way out. And Charlie Sark does believe they play better with a chip on their shoulder, which is a good thing. It was Oklahoma that played with more of a chip on their shoulder in that rivalry game because of the 49-0 beatdown the year previous. Texas needs to put that chip back on their shoulder. We'll come back. We'll go off the record. Some stories you've maybe missed but need to know about into the weekend, because everybody will be talking about them. It's coming next year on Hook 'em Up with Ian Rod B. Yeah, boom goes the dynamite. It is a Friday edition of Off the Record. And, Rod, it's not good if you're New Orleans Saints tight end Foster Moreau. Did you see him drop the game-tying touchdown pass last night?
Yeah, that was not good.
It was wide open. It kind of looked like the Texas game when the Longhorns blew the coverage late and left the Oklahoma receiver wide open.
Ooh, imagine if he had dropped that.
Yeah, Foster Moreau was wide open, and Derek Carr threw it a little high, but he had to get it over a defender. And it just didn't catch it. Didn't catch it. And,
didn't catch it, man.
26-year-old, of course, who beat cancer to return to the field this year, said, how about this? He said, on the verge of tears, he called his effort on the play unacceptable and pathetic. Said it's tough. In front of every man, woman, and child I've ever known, it's a dark place to be.
Hey, he's keeping it real. Yeah. At least he said it. It was pathetic.
Yeah, got to catch that ball. But that's tough. Everybody saw it, all the world to see. How about that? He's like his parents are embarrassed of him. It's like, come on, man. You're a human being.
You got to be your own worst critic.
Yeah.
You got to be your own worst critic, man. You do.
All right. What do you have off the record, Rod? I got a big Taylor Swift update for you.
Oh, I love Taylor Swift updates. Those are the best. LeBron James is coming out with a children's book. Actually, another children's book. I wasn't aware that he had a first children's book. But apparently, he's been coming out with children's books. This is a thing. It's called I Am More Than. That's the title of his latest children's book, I should say.
I Am More Than. I like that.
Yeah, there you go. I didn't even know this was a thing. Apparently, his first one was I Promise. It became a New York Times bestseller.
And that I Promise school he has in Ohio has like a 12%, like not graduation rate, but like standard, like when they
to pass the standardized test.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's not good. Gotta get that higher.
I
get that up.
To give you a bad education.
So you can guarantee if Ty Henderson, if you mention LeBron James, he's going to say something negative. That can be almost guaranteed.
That and Jose Altuve.
Yes, exactly.
Those are right.
LeBron. My disdain for LeBron's way worse than Jose Altuve.
Oh, okay. There you go. All right.
That's obvious.
At least we know that triggers Ty.
Hey, all right. So Travis Kelce, whether you want to hear this or not, Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift still going strong, Rod.
Hell yeah, they better
still
be.
Going strong.
You know what's going to happen when they break up? People are going to be distraught.
Let me play. So remember, we saw them both do cameos on Saturday Night Live last week.
Yeah.
And it turns out that that was Taylor Swift's idea. She wanted to go to support her girlfriend, who was the musical act.
Ice Spice.
Ice Spice.
Yeah. Ice Spice.
So then they were together, and he said, yeah, I'll go. And then, of course, they went to the after party, and both of them ended up doing cameos on Saturday Night Live.
Why not?
He says the reason they went was because she wanted to go support her friend. And they both ended up there. Of course, she introduced her friend, Ice Spice.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how about this? This is a Hollywood relationship insider that I found on the social webs yesterday, Rod, talking to her name's Nikki Vile. And she's talking about, and she knows Taylor Swift. She doesn't just predict this going strong. She thinks that this Travis Kelce thing might be the one for Taylor Swift. This might be it.
Get out of town.
Yeah, let me hear. This is Nikki Vile, a relationship insider.
I'm so inspired by Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. In the past, Taylor has been with men that I never had a problem with any of the men she was with. Even Matt Healy, I was like, get it, girl. Like, have fun. He's an F-boy, but like, just get yours. You're on the rebound. You want to have some sex with some guy that you had a total fling with before you met Joe, and that's a loose end that you wanted to tie up. Enjoy it. Have fun. But this Travis Kelce, man, I know Taylor is looking to settle down and have kids. I think she wants a family. She wants to get married. She's 33. This is the age where it starts going like, okay, I got to seriously think about this. He's of that age too. I think I'm predicting it now, they will definitely get married. They will definitely have kids. This will be as long, this will be a forever relationship, which means about 10 years in celebrity time. But I think that this is the first guy that I've seen her be with that isn't like, yeah, I'm with Taylor Swift, no big deal. Like, they're always cool about it. Even Joe, who I did like for her.
There you go, Rod.
Just she was like a kept.
Nikki Vile. This is the one. This might be the one that she settles down with, has children, bears his babies.
That might be the worst video we've ever played on this show.
Hey, I told him, I say, man, you might as well just put a bun in the oven. You might as well.
There you go.
She's a celebrity. You can always find your dream girl or your soulmate, whatever. But hey, man, having kids with the most popular pop star in the world can only happen once or twice. Get that done. Get that done, brother. And she'll be really talented. She'll have she or him will have your athleticism and her talent Boom.
There you
Home
go.
run. Oh, by the way, the latest.
Super couple.
Oh, man. They do decide to settle down to that extent. We would never hear the end of it.
I will shave my eyebrows.
Yeah, then we'd be tired of it. Then
that happens.
Yeah, because the NFL would be crazy. Then they show the kids all the damn time. It'd just be nauseating. But the latest is that Travis Kelce plans to travel with Taylor Swift when she starts the international tour. For the
telling
Eras
you.
tour. He's going to travel with her internationally because they're that serious. They don't want to spend that much time apart.
Listen, the fact that Travis Kelce does this podcast every week, the New Heights deal,
Mm-hmm.
and he talks about openly. He's really into this. I mean, this is everybody that think this is a marketing bit. I think we're past that.
Yeah, we done, man. It's real.
You know, he's hanging out with Mama and he's talking to Dad. It was funny. Jason Kelly and Travis Kelce were talking about the conversation that Taylor had with their dad, and they're like, "Man, I wouldn't." We know what that was like. It's pretty funny that their dad's kind of a wise guy, of course, from Northeast Ohio. They're both Midwesterners.
Remember, he just bought a home, and one of the reports were that his last home, it was too public. It was in a public place where people had access to it, and to spend more time with her, he bought a $6 million pad where it's a lot of privacy and security around so that Taylor can hang out at the crib more. Tell him, man, when you spend $6 million just to make sure she's more comfortable, oh, you in.
Fake news.
No, man, it's real. We bought a house. That's real news.
I know.
She's done with F boys. She wants a real dude.
Yeah.
She wants babies.
That was the cringiest comment.
Why?
Go have your fun.
Well, that's what you do when you're growing.
He used to be an F boy. Though. Remember, he had a reality TV show called Catching Kelsey.
That
where he
video.
just dated like 50 bros.
That video I showed you yesterday, that impersonation,
Yeah.
that's exactly what he's like. I can guarantee you.
He's
hey,
listen,
Taylor likes it.
33 years old. That's the most important part of that. 33 biological clock starts ticking, Rod.
Damn right.
You know how that works.
Yeah, because my
that's
wife
a real thing.
was right around the age she was ready.
That's right. We'll be back. Hook 'em up.
Hope you're having a great Friday. Weekend is here. It started last night. We had 2 baseball games. Thriller out in the desert. Arizona, walk-off win. Beat Philadelphia 2-1. They're back in that series now. Of course, quieted those Phillies bats. Phillies a different team on the road than they are at home, that's for sure. But Snakes get the big win. The walk-off. Rangers and Astros. Astros winning again in Arlington, 8-1 now this year. Banged out 10 runs, 3 in the first, 4 in the fourth, and on to the 10-3 victory. They'll play again today at 4:07. We'll have that game for you right here on the Horn. I think it's one of those things, both teams, both fan bases feeling pretty good, Rod. I mean, Astros
should be
to bounce back, but the Rangers now in a best-of-3 series with their 2 best pitchers going to the mound today and Sunday with Jordan Montgomery. And then Nathan Eovaldi, who both pitched very well in their first starts. And here we are.
Yes, clutch time now.
2 wins to the World Series for one of the Texas teams.
All on the line. I would say the series has been as good as we thought it would be. It's been really competitive.
Yeah, Rangers own games 1 and 2. Astros bounce back in games 3 and 4. And here we go.
3-game series now.
3-game series with, again, it's both teams' best pitchers to go in the next 2 games, right? If we get to a game 7, then it'll get interesting because it'll be, Christian Javier likely against maybe Max Scherzer. I don't know what the Rangers would do in that spot, but both teams hope it doesn't get there. But, you got to win 2 more. Also in that Arizona win, how about Brandon Pfaadt? That guy, first pitcher in Major League Baseball history to have no runs and no walks in consecutive postseason starts. Think about that. That's never been done before. He just did it. That's pretty awesome.
It's been hard to outpitch the Phillies, but he did it.
And his name is spelled Pfaadt, but it's pronounced Pfaadt. Like fought the war.
Oh, nice. Fought.
I
like that.
But say that again, though, Rod. First pitcher in MLB history. They've been playing baseball a long time. No runs, no walks in consecutive postseason starts.
Yeah, because the Phillies 1.47 ERA, lowest ERA in the first 9 games of a single postseason, second to only the 1983 Orioles at 1.10. So that we've been talking about the home runs for Philly, and the bats have been on fire, but it's really the pitching that has smothered their opponents really in the playoffs so far. Been smothering opposing batters with that pitching.
That's exactly right. So that's a good series. Obviously, Astros Rangers good. 4:07 today. That'll roll right into Vandegrift football. So no sports complex today, and the Eisen show will wrap up right at 3:30 with the pregame. So.
Coach,
I kind of like the 4:07 start because they can get that game in before the weekend gets going, right? And then you don't have to worry about Rangers-Astros again until Sunday night because they won't play Saturday. So you got weekend plans. You can catch that game. I'll be listening while driving down to Galveston, Ron.
Daytime playoff baseball.
I love it. I love it.
It is kind of cool.
From the Gilf.
Hey, the Astros like the Gilf.
Or as the Astros like to call it, Pound Town.
Yeah, they like to pound away in the Gilf.
That's right.
They do.
Rangers need a win, though, too. Jordan Montgomery has been outstanding for the Texas Rangers. What's funny, Rod, is whenever we mention Taylor Swift and the relationship with Travis Kelce, we get a million text messages that say nobody cares. Clearly nobody cares because you guys won't text. Everyone texts. The thing we get the most texts about is Taylor Swift. It's unbelievable.
They want to let you know
but nobody cares.
How much they dislike that story.
Come on.
I mean, she's the biggest pop star in the world.
Nobody cares, though. TV ratings are up. Kids are watching. Nobody cares.
6 out of 10.
Women are watching now. Young girls are now watching football more. Young girls are watching They're allowed.
Young girls are listening to the Travis Kelce, Jason Kelce podcast.
I don't even listen to the Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce podcast. And yet you got young teenage girls doing it because they're like, can I get a little tidbit about the Taylor Swift relationship with Travis Kelce?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. Well, look out. They're on their way. They're on their way to babies, apparently.
It's intriguing.
That'd be good. Hey, we've got football on the brain for sure coming out of last night's Jacksonville win. Jacksonville, by the way, which team are you more bullish on, Rod, right now? Of surprising teams, the Jacksonville Jaguars or the Detroit Lions? Is it the Lions?
Detroit Lions.
Yep, more than the Jags, even at 5-2.
Yeah, if you go look at Detroit Lions, might have the best O-line in the league too.
Yeah, we talked about they can run the ball.
Yeah, we don't talk about it enough. That O-line is legit. It's one of the top 3 to 5 best O-lines in all of football, and that's the key for Jared Goff. That's when Jared Goff was killing it with the Rams. When the Rams O-line starts to deteriorate a little bit, that's when Jared Goff was exposed. You can get Jared Goff protected with time to throw the football downfield. There's a reason he was the number 1 overall pick. You see that when he's protected.
I saw him twice against Texas for Cal. He was really good.
He was slinging it because he had protection. Texas wasn't getting to him.
Well, and like most quarterbacks, he's not great under pressure. He's not great with people in his face. And he's an interesting story because when he was traded, he was kind of
Oh, it's a throwaway piece.
You got to do this to make the Matt Stafford trade.
Yep.
It worked for the Rams. They won the Super Bowl immediately.
And he's supposed to be a bridge quarterback for Detroit.
Well,
So
now
they
here
figured
he
out
is.
the long-term plan.
Now here he is playing as the best quarterback in the NFC, and the numbers would tell you that he is.
Mm-hmm.
And he's only 29 years old.
I know he's been through all
So
these.
people act like he's like this old guy. He's like not even 30.
Well, his career arc has been so strange and
Yeah.
obtuse that it feels like he is old because he's already been thrown away twice. Right? He's been thrown away because remember he thought he was a bust with the Rams. Then Sean McVay comes in, resuscitates his career, makes him a Super Bowl, turns him into a Super Bowl quarterback, helps develop him, and then Sean McVay decides, well, he's good enough to get there, but not to win it, and he throws him away again. And then he goes to Detroit. Everybody goes, oh, he's a bridge quarterback. Detroit will draft a franchise quarterback. Until then, though, they'll have Jared Goff to fill in the blanks. And then it's like Jared Goff now playing like one of the best quarterbacks in the league. And it's like, well, so I guess now he's our franchise quarterback. And it's because of Ben Johnson, who's now a fast riser as the offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions, who decided, oh, no, in the right system, in the right situation, built around with the right recipe, Jared Goff can be a hell of a quarterback. And you've had two offensive gurus determine that. Sean McVay determined it, then gave up on it. And then now Ben Johnson has determined it and proven it as well.
Well, I mean, you say it all the time, Rod, when it comes to relationships, right? You typically don't marry the hottest woman you ever went out with. It's the one you're most compatible with, right?
That's right.
Maybe you did. If you get both, you get that.
Hey,
That's,
good
that's
for you. God bless you.
But you're looking for the most compatible person for your lifestyle and what you're looking for, big picture. Offensive coordinators and coaches are the same way, Rod. They want the quarterback who is most compatible with what they do. And clearly Sean McVay was not a big fan of Jared Goff for whatever reason, right? Just like Kyle Shanahan with Brock Purdy, right? Is Brock Purdy the
He's
most
the one.
talented player he's ever had a quarterback?
No.
Probably not.
Trey Lance was supposed to be that.
But he does it like he wants him to. Right? He runs his system the way he wants him to run the system. That and that's how coaches are. They have a system and they want you to run that system. And then, every once in a while you find a unicorn like Patrick Mahomes who would probably
Can run any system.
flourish in
Yeah.
any system. And it just so happens he's with Andy Reid, which makes it
Oh, no.
magical. Yeah. So Andy Reid has found not just the one who's best for his system, but the hottest one. So he gets both. He gets the double dip. But Jared Goff is a good player. I mean, there's the reason he was the number one pick in the draft. And now he's at 29 playing as the best quarterback in that conference. And yes, but I would not diminish the Jaguars. I think the Jaguars, we were in the playoffs a year ago, got off to a bit of a slow start. They lost to Houston. Remember, Houston went in there and beat them up pretty good. They lost that game to the Chiefs week 2. But now they've won 4 in a row. And they're 7-2, Rod.
Look good.
Or 5-2, I should say, through 7 games. I wouldn't sleep on Jacksonville because we now know the AFC is wide open too. The Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs are all there, but I think Jacksonville is in that conversation, especially Doug Peterson, when they got off to that slow start, really went back to work and they got their run game going. And Travis Etienne has scored 6 touchdowns in the last 3 games.
Yeah, they got the running game is starting to find its way.
And we know
groove.
they have Christian Kirk. We know they have Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, that's
Emmett
important.
Ingram at tight end, and Trevor Lawrence is a really good player. And their defense is improved this year. So I don't think I'd sleep on the Jaguars. 5-2 through 7, pretty strong. The Lions play the Ravens this weekend. That's 2 really, really big marquee matchups. The noon game on Sunday is Detroit at Baltimore, and then the night game, obviously Philadelphia and Miami. The battle of 5-1 teams. Those are the best games in the National Football League this weekend. That doesn't feature the Texans or the Cowboys. They're both off this weekend.
More people telling us on text on how they do not care
Fair
about
enough.
that Taylor Swift story. I get it, but you guys recognize that it is relevant.
And you also recognize that it's a 5-hour program, and for like 2 minutes we talked about Taylor Swift in a 5-hour show.
It's true.
We do 25 hours a week. And we have an off-the-record segment where we talk about off-the-record things that are not always sports-related, Rod.
Oh, and that was
It's
off the
kinda-
record.
That was off
There
the
you
record.
go.
There
See?
you go. See?
Keep it in there.
Keep it in there. That's what she said.
Oh, getting close to the 10 o'clock hour, the 5th hour.
Hey,
It's already starting early. It's the weekend, so we usually start the 5th hour during the 4th hour.
that's exactly right.
Yeah, that's how it goes.
And I've got I'm on getaway day, Rod, because we're going to Galveston.
Oh, so you're already checked out.
Well,
He's
no, I'm trying to
checked
figure
out
out. I got to
already.
get packed. But I got to
He's
be
checked
on
out.
the road in time to be able to listen and watch. Because now with my YouTube TV account that I have, I can
Cut the cord, baby.
watch the Astros game on my phone while I'm driving. And
Okay. Well,
safe.
first of all,
It'll be in a safe spot.
Whoa, what do you mean? While you're driving? While you're riding?
I'll put it right up underneath where my speedometer is, and it'll sit there, and I can see the road, but I can more hear the game.
So your periphery, you can see it.
So I can more hear the game,
All
and,
right.
and if I can glance down every now and again.
just like I would the speed limit, the speedometer or whatnot, and I can keep an eye on the game.
YouTube TV is so nice.
YouTube TV is phenomenal. Now, I could do that, too, with DirecTV when I had that because I could watch it on my phone. But, yeah, it is nice to be sitting at a restaurant or sitting somewhere and be able to watch whatever you want.
Don't do it when you're driving as much.
Yeah.
It's more for the audio.
I don't like distracted driving. I love how distracted driving is not illegal. Like, if you have your hand, like your phone in your hand, that's illegal.
No, I wouldn't carry the phone.
I know.
And I don't text while I drive.
No, I agree with you. And I'm saying that's illegal, and that's why they ask you to have the hands-free device, which you have, of course. But it's still distracted driving to be paying attention to anything other than the road. Like when women are putting on makeup when they're driving.
True.
When y'all are eating chicken nuggets while you're driving, eating fries, whatever it is. Distracted driving is bad, but that's not illegal because that would piss off too many businesses. So they just say, you got to have the hands-free device, which actually is not that much safer if you have a hands-free device and you're actually paying attention to the device and not the road.
Who was the NBA player? There was an NBA player long ago. Not long ago. It was several. It was pretty good bit ago. Look it up, Ty. He was watching. It was late at night, and he was watching porn.
What is it? No, I think you're right.
And he crashed into a parked car or something.
I vaguely remember this.
I think he played for the Timberwolves or something. And he was driving through a neighborhood, and he was watching like a porno or something, and he smashed into another car. And the cops came, and he I was watching my iPad or something.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
This says, I hope he has Tesla with an autopilot. No, I'm a good driver. I've never had a car accident where when I'm
you're right about this. Here it is. Eddie Griffin, I believe.
Eddie Griffin!
I believe it's... This is, I believe it's him. Oh, is Eddie Griffin no longer with? Okay, so apparently it says, March 30th, 2006, Griffin was involved in a car crash. Filing the circumstances, they said that the witnesses and friends stated that he was watching an adult movie on a DVD in his vehicle, and was not being master of his own domain at the time.
Was not
being
not hands free or was hands free?
The hands were busy. Let's just say that he was not master of his own domain. Remember, if you're master of your domain, then you win the bet on Seinfeld, which means you're not.
And let me be clear on this to the authorities
activities
out there and the nervous Nellies. I'm not actually watching the game. I'm listening to the game.
See? You make people nervous.
And, who doesn't listen to, like, Craig Way call a baseball game or a football game? Right?
Oh, yeah.
We always listen to play-by-play. That's essentially what I'm doing with the YouTube TV. Hey, can we
go?
You
remember that story, E? That was from a long time ago. I guess you never forget a story like that.
No. That's the ultimate distracted driving story.
Oh, it stands out. You're right about that. That stands out.
Bang it out while you're driving. What are we doing?
Oh, my God.
Can't you wait till you get home to do that?
And he died in Houston like a year later.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He died in Houston, it said in Houston, he died August 17, 2007 at 25. That's so sad.
Rest in peace. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's so sad. I didn't know that either.
All right, let's get to Rod's rant in the 9 o'clock hour. Rod always bringing the deep dive conversations.
I would go to preview and like All right, I want to talk about Texas and the Houston Cougars. By this point in the week, we've broke down every which way this matchup can go. And, we've talked about unfortunately, U of H defense, which is one of the worst defenses in the Big 12. We're giving you the numbers, and they are terrible numbers for U of H. 107th in scoring defense, 117th in pass defense, 96th in rush defense, 79th in red zone D, 126th in touchdown percentage allowed in the red zone, 117th in total defense, 106th in 10-plus yard plays allowed, 90th in 20-plus yard plays allowed, 123rd in third down defense, 133rd in fourth down defense, 105th in sacks, 86th in tackles for loss. You get it. They're the worst defense in the Big 12. I think to myself, what would U of H do in this game that could, that could throw Texas off, that could confuse Texas? And I'll just throw this one thing out there because I don't think there's anything really U of H can do. I think Texas will have their way passing or running against U of H. So at the end of the U of H game, if Quinn Ewers or Jonathan Brooks or both are not back in the Heisman conversation, all right, are not in the conversation for national awards after a prolific showcase performance versus the U of H defense, something must have gone wrong. Because one of those guys should have a huge day. Somebody needs to have a huge day. I'm talking about Xavier Worthy, A.D. Mitchell with 150-plus yards receiving, Jonathan Brooks with 200-plus yards rushing, Quinn Ewers 300 yards passing. You got to have a big day against U of H. Somebody will, just because the defense is that bad. But keep this in mind. This is the only thing I can think of that U of H might do. Doug Belk is a very aggressive defensive coordinator. They do have 10 takeaways, so they're opportunistic. But like I said, I don't see them with many strengths to rely on defensively. So it's all be about how Sark decides to approach it. Does he want to run the football against U of H and play a little bit more conservative and keep that offense off the field and not have his defense exposed? Or does he want to just go out there and, basically decide he's going to throw to open up the run and have his full complement of weapons deployed against U of H? Here's the one thing I think Doug Belk could do, and we've seen it actually work multiple times this season with Quinn Ewers. In that Oklahoma game, remember, Jonathan Brooks and Xavier Worthy in the postgame both stated that Oklahoma came out defensively and gave them a presentation that they had not seen on film and hadn't prepared for on film. All right? And with that being said, I think X-Man said it was a joker defense that they came up with they hadn't seen on film. But with that being said, remember, Sark admitted after the first 3 games of the season that in 2 of the 3 games, he didn't specify, but we hypothesized. He didn't specify which ones, but we assume it was Rice and Wyoming. He said the opponent gave us a look on the field. They presented us with a defensive look that we did not prepare for and that we had not seen on film. And I assumed that those 2 games were Rice and Wyoming because that was the slow start for Quinn Ewers. I mean, anybody who's got, any common sense assumes that Sark's been preparing for that Bama game for a long time, and Quinn probably knew those plays already, was very comfortable and familiar with those plays. That's why he looked so comfortable running all those plays against Bama, because Sark's been preparing for that game for months in the offseason. Not so much for Rice, not so much for Wyoming, and both of those teams presented Texas with a look they hadn't seen. If Doug Belk wants to ensure a slow start, or at least wants to have the better odds at Texas starting slow, just like Quinn did versus Rice, Wyoming, and Oklahoma. Now, he found his groove. He found his way because he's a veteran quarterback. That's just maturity. But a slow start for Quinn means a slow start for Texas. Like in the Oklahoma game, like in Rice, like in Wyoming, you got to throw something at Quinn that he is not prepared for, that you have not put on film. All right, they haven't seen on the field, or they won't be prepared for on the field until they play you, and then they'll have to adjust on the fly real time. That forces Quinn to be indecisive, forces him to be a little bit anxious in the pocket, holds on to the ball a little too long. That's the Quinn that will start slow, but still, just like in the Oklahoma game, he found his way. In last 3 quarters of that game, he's one of the better, basically one of the better Quinn Ewers I've seen at Texas. Actually, it's the last 3 quarters of that Oklahoma game. So keep that in mind. And if Quinn starts slow and Texas starts off offensively, it may be because defensively, with nothing to lose, U of H decided, you know what, to hell with it. We don't ever run 3 high, but we're going to run 3 high, 3 down today because we got nothing to lose. Our defense is going to get battered and bruised anyway. So throw that out there. That's the only thing I can see U of H defense doing, just something different that they haven't put on film.
Yeah, they gave up 391 yards passing to Garrett Green of West Virginia.
Exactly.
And they were not a prolific offense coming into that game. That's a big number.
They don't even want to throw it.
Texas Tech scored 49 in their win over Houston. Rice beat Houston.
Yeah. Rice.
I mean, Houston is a Hail Mary away from being a 2-4 football team right now, and Dana Holgorsen on the serious hot seat.
Yes. So defensively, they're throwing Hail Marys defensively.
Yeah, they are.
That's what they're going to be doing in this game, just some Hail Marys, and maybe 1 or 2 of them hit, and I think that's what you may see early on, because they try to go status quo against Texas and do what they have been doing on defense, they are going to get annihilated. They just will. Texas is too good offensively. Now, in the red zone, that's key too. If you're Doug Belk, the best game planning strategy would just play bend but don't break. In between the 20s, make sure you tackle everything and get Texas on the ground, and make sure you play red zone defense. That essentially is the most pragmatic, common sense approach to defend Texas. Doesn't guarantee you're going to stop from scoring. They're going to score outside. They've scored more touchdowns outside the red zone than in the red zone. So you're going to give up some plays there. But if you can force Texas to earn it in the high and the low red zone, they've proven that's the weakest part of their game offensively. 123rd in the country in touchdown percentage in the red zone. So if Doug Belk has any approach, it may be throw something at Texas they haven't seen on film yet to start Quinn off a little bit slowly, to confuse and discombobulate them, and then play red zone defense. Force Texas to play red zone offense.
We will come back when we do. There's Rod's Rant, brought to you by Apple Leasing. When we pick it up, the Texas Talk, the rest of the Big 12, the football weekend, plus more previews of Astros Rangers today, 4:07 for the end of this hour. We're going to play some Who Said That on the fabulous Friday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. Texter says, hey, guys, how about that low bridge pitch to Altuve last night? Camera angle from the umpire's mask was crazy. That was chin music if there ever was chin music right there. That thing came up and in.
Up and in, man.
And, of course, Altuve dives out over the plate anyhow, and he was having to dive back. Speaking of the umpire, he was horrible last night. That's unacceptable. It's not good. It's not a good look for Major League Baseball, Rod, in the most important games of the year, right? You're down to your Final Four, so you should have your best umpires, right? Should be to that point.
Yeah, you would think so.
But before the game, you hear John Smoltz, who I think is the best color analyst in any sport, period. I just think you learn more from watching a game that John Smoltz does, and he just talks you through the game kind of like he would. I just think he's excellent at his job. But he said that this umpire has the widest zone in baseball, known to have the widest strike zone. That's not okay. That's my whole point with the automated strike zone. That's not good. And then you proceed to watch the game, and his strike zone is garbage for both teams. I mean, he's calling balls a foot off the plate a strike. He's calling balls right over the plate balls. And it's like, you don't get to have it your way, guy. You don't.
Say BK? Say Burger King?
Yeah, this isn't your game. You don't get to, you can't be there. No, we need to get this right. These games are too important for both sides, for both pitchers. Anybody knows the difference in a 2-1 count versus a 3-0 count is huge, or a 1-1 count versus or 1-0 versus 0-1. These are huge pitches.
They are.
The biggest time of the year to set up the next pitch and stay out of tough pitchers or hitters counts and vice versa. It's just a shame. Hopefully, and I know they're working it. It's all the way to AAA now, Rod, where they're doing the automated strike zone. It's coming.
It's inevitable.
And games like that, and watching guys like Angel Hernandez call games, it's like, okay, this is time.
Basically, baseball is always, they always fought against progress and technology. Even the rule changes, remember, kicking and screaming the whole damn way, and now everybody loves it. Everybody's celebrating the rule changes. They've always, I don't know, for some reason, it's the old traditions of baseball. They like that it's an antiquated sport, and they hate to modernize it in any way. They feel like it's like disrespectful to the game or ruining the game. It's like, no, it's okay to modernize the game with technological advancements. It only adds to the product.
In our job, you're always want to be contrarian. I've always argued for this automated strike zone way back.
And it was contrarian. It was contrarian back then. Now it's not.
Because I believe that it would make the sport better.
That's simple.
It's just because people, you're taking the human element out. Actually, you're not. You're actually the humans that I want to watch play are the players.
Exactly. Yeah.
Those are the humans.
I don't care about those officials and the umps. Yeah.
I just want the strike called a strike or ball. I don't need your opinion. I just need it to be a strike. I mean, did you see the play at first base last night where Marcus Semien was called out because Jose Abreu's glove hit his batting glove finger? Like as he was diving back in, he missed the tag, but his batting glove was hanging out of his pocket, and it hit one of the fingers on the glove, and by rule, that's an out.
Wow.
And you got the call right.
You got the call right.
Which, that's what we're here to do, y'all. But that's my opinion. Speaking of rules, Rod, can I play you something? Because you mentioned earlier this Michigan investigation into the university.
Yeah, it's a wild story.
Well, listen to this now. Maybe this could be where this started. So the accusation is they're illegally scouting teams ahead of time on their schedule and then stealing the signs, and then during games being able to relay the signs. This is what I draw. Now listen, this is Greg Schiano. Greg Schiano his Rutgers team played Michigan earlier this year. And on the way to halftime, it was 14-7. Michigan led.
Okay.
Listen to go into the locker room interview with the Rutgers head coach and see if this doesn't maybe lead us to where this investigation began.
Coach, 4 penalties for your team in the first half, some that cost you. How do you clean that up in the second half?
Well, there's some stuff going on out there, so we just got to slow it down a little bit. There's some things going on that aren't right as well, so we'll talk about how to handle it.
Does Michigan defense keeping Gavin Wimsatt in this passing game in check? How do you adjust?
Well, just got to keep playing. We're in the game, we just got to keep playing.
All right, thanks, Coach.
So some stuff out there that's not right, Rod. Not right. You can see the look on his face. He's like, these sons of guns. What's going on here?
I still say this. There's a difference between a felony and a misdemeanor. If they're sending out advanced scouts for upcoming future opponents or possible future opponents, even if they're going to play them in the college football playoff, and those guys are gathering intel and gathering information, and then bringing that back to the coaches, and then the coaches are using that to come up with game plans for future opponents, that to me is not that bad. That's more of a misdemeanor. I know it's against the NCAA rules and it's kind of a gray area, but that's because the NCAA is so damn antiquated, y'all. Come on now. The NCAA is living in 1932 for the most part. They just started to modernize that organization. So that's not that big a deal. But if they are in real time if they have scouts and they have, their own analysts or whatever over on the opposing sideline during a game where they're playing an opponent, and they are taking and deciphering signals and signs from that opponent on that opposing sideline real time, and then electronically relaying that information, all right, technologically relaying the information to the Michigan coaches, and then they are disseminating that information to the players. Oh, yeah, now you're in the felony mode. That's felony stuff.
Well,
right?
and the AD for Michigan talked to Tony Petitti of the Big Ten. So clearly, not clearly, but it sounds like Greg Schiano thought something was up.
Yeah, he thought
and he
something
said
was
it there, and then he reports it to the commissioner of the league, saying, hey, y'all need to look into this. Now the NCAA is looking if they're breaking bylaw 11.6.1.
Mm-hmm.
And one source at theathletic.com in a story they wrote who was briefed on the allegation said Michigan is being accused of using a vast network to steal opposing team signs. The alleged evidence appears to suggest UM had knowledge of what play an opposing team was going to run before the play occurs. So,
like I said, if that is from advanced scouting, not as big of a deal because that's essentially what you're doing watching film.
Yeah.
That's on the coaches for not changing their signals and changing their signs. That's on you guys because any fan can do that.
No,
any
right.
fan can go to the stadium. I do that. What are you talking about? So I come in here and tell you guys what I'm doing.
But
you do that. You go there with binoculars. You can go there and write it up if you want to. Have it in your phone. You can go there and have advanced equipment so you can spy on the sideline. You can do all that stuff anyway. All right, so I don't know the difference between a Michigan affiliated person doing it and then some kind of random fan doing it. It's still advanced scouting. If they're doing it real time in the games and relaying that information, that to me is different. If they're just doing advanced scouting, how is that different than coaches send other coaches to teams' games all the time? It happens all the time. You know what I mean? So I don't really understand. I'm a little confused about. I need particulars and specifics.
Yeah, but we'll have to go further. But clearly, Greg Schiano thought something was up. There was more than what would be legal. More than what would be legal. And maybe that's where it started. And then Schiano's not the first one. There's been others in the Big Ten saying, hey, wait a second. This team they know what our plays are.
They're that well prepared.
Yeah.
That's how you know you're paranoid. You're like, damn it, there's no way my opponent can be that well prepared, and I am so unprepared. You know what? They got to be cheating. And maybe they are cheating. But like I said, are they cheating or did they find a gray area?
There was a report that Jose Altuve was on the sidelines with a pair of binoculars. So take that.
Did he bring they have a trash can too, or just buzzers?
He had the
buzzers. Even though the whistleblower Mike Fiers, who blew the whistle on his own Astros team, confirmed that Jose Altuve wasn't one that used that information. He didn't want it. He wanted to see the ball hit the ball. That was the guy that blew the whistle, Ty. He was the one that was. He was the whistleblower.
Blow the whistle.
It must have been Alex Bregman then.
Okay, well, but quit saying Altuve. It's never been proven that Altuve.
That's your boy, isn't it?
You know how he feels about Altuve. Why are you sitting there poking the bear?
If you want to talk about Carlos Beltran, or you want to talk about other players who are, most of them are no longer. There are only two players on the Astros who are still on the team who were on the team in 2017.
Tom's trying to ruin your Friday.
It's fine.
He's trying to ruin your Friday.
Altuve is an angel. He never did anything wrong.
The whistleblower who blew the whistle on them, rightfully, was the one that said, "Oh, Altuve never used it. He didn't want the information. He's a see-ball, hit-ball guy. And he swings at everything.
Swings at everything.
All right.
That's why he's got 2,000 hits already. All right. Somebody's getting a little nervous about their Rangers. It sounds like to me.
Not nervous at all.
Probably should be.
He's probably just a little bit.
Be.
Both sides should be nervous.
Montgomery's going to shove today.
Hey, so how about this? I was reading this story from Dennis Dodd from CBS Sports, and he said that the headline is, and as NCAA investigates Michigan, helmet communication technology may soon make sign stealing issue. Make the sign stealing issue the past. So the ability, this is what Major League Baseball has done to eliminate that, right? They have the electronic system now where the catcher can signal to the pitcher the pitch he wants.
Yeah,
they don't have to
worry
signal.
about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And Dennis Dodd writes it that it says here, if you polled coaches and said, what's your number one technology desire, it would be coach to player communications, which, they have in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Which they do not have in college, but it's got to be open, and that does eliminate, right? So the coach is talking directly to his quarterback, and vice versa. NFL has it and uses it, every week, and it seems to cut down. Because that's why the coaches are holding up signs, right? They're holding the signs, and got pictures of Aaron Andrews on the sign or whatever.
Pictures of NBA teams, logos, and pictures of rappers and stuff is all because they can be as cryptic as possible. But we know, reportedly, Sark had this issue too. Right? Reportedly, Sark had an issue with teams either stealing signs or players who were leaving the team via the transfer portal sharing signs and information. But to me, there's more on the program itself, the program that has been having its signs stolen. You have to be diligent about changing your signs. You got to be diligent about that. Or, like you said, we can just go to a more wholesale remedy, which is let's just improve the technological, through technological advancements, the communication between coach, play caller, and quarterback. And you can do it on defense too, by the way.
That's exactly right.
They got the green dot on defense in the NFL, and the green dot means
that goes to
the
your
defensive helmet. That they can communicate with the sideline.
Just it goes to your point about the NCAA needs to get out of the dark ages, and just technology ought to be allowed.
Exactly. Honestly, that's a great point. This shouldn't even be an issue.
Right.
It's crazy.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that. Michigan is undefeated, number 2 in the country.
Hey, they're undefeated because they're cheating.
Well, that's the investigation is looking into, and it did sound like Greg Schiano wasn't sure what was happening there.
I will say, because I wouldn't doubt that Jim Harbaugh has a network like this. Like I said, the point for me is it a misdemeanor or is it a felony?
It's a fair question.
Is he doing it in game, real time? Because that's shady as F. All right, but if he's just doing advanced scouting, I can see him just saying like, man, honestly, I didn't even know that was a rule. It's a stupid rule. I didn't know that was a rule. It's so stupid. I just assumed that it wasn't a rule because that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I can't send scouts to go watch a game where 80,000 people are in the stands watching it with binoculars and got their own equipment watching it. I can't send my own guys.
Well, Pete Thamel of The Athletic says the NCAA investigation in the Michigan sign stealing scandal alleged operation, I shouldn't call it a scandal, it's an operation, includes a low-level staffer with a military background. Sources said NCAA enforcement is seeking access to the computer of the analyst Connor Stallions as part of the investigation.
Is this the guy, the main?
Connor Stallions.
All right, man. How much is Michigan boosters now willing to pay this dude to keep quiet?
Do they have subpoena power?
Right. It's like, listen, my man, we can hook you up. You might be fired from this gig. Don't worry about that, though.
Hope
we got another gig waiting for you.
Hope he deleted his browsing history.
Oh man, browsing.
Don't want a Hunter Biden situation going.
Oh yeah, he's going. That computer is going to be exactly. That computer is going to be where the white suit is from Wayne Lewis. It's going to be in the same place.
What computer?
What are you talking about? With Tom Brady's phone?
I change my phones every 6 months. I throw them away.
He throws his phone away. That was his excuse. I get like a phone every 3-4 months, man. That's just the way I do it. I'm Tom Brady.
I'm a celebrity.
And we took that. We was like, really? No, he doesn't. He's not going to give his phone to the NFL. No. Come on. John Gruden showed you why you should never let the NFL have access to anything.
No.
Because that wasn't even about John Gruden. Yeah,
Tom Brady sexting.
Exactly.
Scandal.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, we'll be back. When we do, it's Who Said That?
Who Said That?
Coming next. Who said that
Who
time?
said
Love
that?
this sound. And you know me, Rod. I'm a nostalgic guy. I like to go old school.
Oh, man.
Who said this on this date, October the 20th, way back? This is an anniversary of a famous NFL rant.
Okay.
Happened on this date, 1996. Who is this, Rod Babers? Who said this?
Who said that?
Well, what happened was that second game, we got our ass kicked. Or the second half, we just got our ass totally kicked. We couldn't do diddly poo offensively. We couldn't make a first down. We couldn't run the ball. We didn't try to run the ball. We couldn't complete a pass. We sucked. The second half, we sucked. We couldn't stop the run. Every time they got the ball, they went down and got points. We got our ass totally kicked in the second half. That's what it boiled down to. It was a horse performance in the second half. Horse. I'm totally embarrassed and totally ashamed. Coaching did a horrible job. The players did a horrible job. We got our ass kicked in that second half. It sucked.
God bless. God bless Jim Moore.
Jim Moore is the best.
He
man.
is the best.
Did you say diddly poo?
Oh, man. I just love it. We just got our totally kicked. It's great. It really was. I
Shameful.
love that rant. I can listen to Jim Moore rants. He's got like 3 or 4 of those, too. Playoffs?
Playoffs?
Talk
about playoffs? We stink. You talking about playoffs?
Why doesn't any coach keep it that real anymore? Because I guess you get fired. You keep it that real with your team. That's when you get fired.
When keeping it real goes wrong.
That is definitely when keeping it real goes wrong. All right.
He and Mike Gundy, right? Those are the two most quotable coaches, the rantiest coaches.
No doubt, man. There are some classic, but that is among one of the great. That's top 5 for me all time. That Jim Moore rant. It's
That happened
amazing.
on this day, 1996.
It's got like 4 epic parts to it. Like the diddly poo, you can take that apart. You know, we got that totally kicked. You can take that. We didn't do squat. He said, "I'm embarrassed and ashamed." This is great.
It's
I'm
like
ashamed.
Foster Moreau last night.
Man, it
with
was
the Saints.
so great, so great. Okay, won't be as good as that one because nothing can stop that. Ty, who said that? Just dial one of them up. Hit us up.
If you were watching the game, you saw something momentous happen.
Momentous.
Taylor Swift talking to Ed Kelsey.
Yeah, Taylor talking to Dad. You already know. You know Dad like I know Dad.
Which is, he shouldn't be talking to Taylor
This
Swift.
is a terrifying conversation. I felt terrible.
If you see Dad talking to anybody and you can't hear what's happening, who knows where that conversation's going?
We can't keep kicking Dad just because we enjoy doing it. And our dad is the best dad in the world.
He is.
He is a great converser. It's where Jason gets his storytelling and a lot of his charisma.
It was nice because Mom has been getting quite a bit of the spotlight. So it was cool to see Dad up there on the Jumbotron.
All he's doing is just absolutely pumping her up. He started listening to her music a little more.
Bless his heart.
That's good
92%ers enjoyed seeing Dad.
All right, that's
sitting-
enough of it.
That's awesome.
I'm sure you know by now.
The
That's-
Kelseys, yes.
Talking about their dads.
Ed Kelsey.
He shouldn't be talking to anybody. It's not good. I love that. That's funny. Very genuine. But it goes to show how tight they actually are, though. She's talking to the family and mom and dad.
Well, I have
That's
3
big time,
kids,
man.
and one's married. The others had a boyfriend. One of my kids have had a boyfriend for a while, but you would be proud if one of your kids was dating the most famous person in the world.
Pop star person. Yeah.
Yeah,
You'd
you know what I
be
mean?
like, and if you don't know who the person is, you'd be like, you know what? I'm
That's
proud of
pretty
you.
good.
Yeah. I mean,
Nice
pretty
get.
proud of you. And she, like I said, she's hanging out with the parents. You don't introduce women to your parents unless you are somewhat serious or you're
I think it's
really.
serious.
Yeah, like you're really excited about this relationship. That's when you do it. Only like 4 girls have met my wife. Met my mom. And my wife was one of them. Like 4 women, period, ever.
My wife was the first person I dated that my parents knew her name.
Exactly. You don't even know. No, exactly. I agree with
First
that.
name and last name.
Don't waste mama's time. If mama meets her, mama needs to know. Then mama knows, okay, I can ask about her. I know who she is, that kind of stuff. But don't waste mama's time.
My mom's too nice to girls I date.
How many women have met your mom that you've dated?
Like 4, probably.
Exactly. Come on, man. That's a good number.
But
That's
I've
a good
probably
number.
only been in like maybe 5 serious relationships.
That's probably what it is for guys. Guys don't consider themselves in real relationships until it gets serious with its capital S.
Yeah. Yep, that's right. That's why my parents will tell you that straight up. They knew it was serious with my wife when they met her.
It should be the case.
They knew her name.
Yeah. That should be the case. They're like,
and her last name.
They're like, Aaron's serious about this one. Like,
Yeah, this one seems real.
On my dad's side, he's usually not a fan of any of the women I bring around, though.
Really? Why is that?
I don't know.
Huh.
I think it's because they're quiet.
Oh, yeah, dad wants them to be talkative.
He's a little scary sometimes.
I could see that. I could see girls being a little talkative. Yeah, my mom likes talkative women too. She wants you to get involved in the conversation. Don't be timid. Get in there. Get in this kitchen and let's talk about some stuff. Yeah, I'm with you on that though. You got to be ready to impress around the parents. And Taylor was talking. Yeah. She was talking to dad. She was talking to mom. That's key. I'm telling you, it's real. It's real, man.
I talk too much when I get around parents.
Me too. I am that. I open up way too much. I get way too comfortable.
Tell my life story. Yeah. First time I meet anybody.
Oh, that's why they like Todd. That's why they like him, man.
Hey, we'll come back. When we do, it's the fabulous fifth hour, which on a Friday makes it the fabulous 25th hour of our week. We'll wrap it up. We'll get some What's Poppin' picks. Ty and I will go head-to-head, 5 picks in college and pro football.
Oh, yeah.
Rod will have more burnt orange curtain talk behind the Longhorns conversation. Playing Houston tomorrow down in the third ward of Houston, H-Town.
H-Town.
Longhorns will be there tomorrow. We'll preview that. Coming back. Hook 'em up. Fabulous fifth quarter on a Friday, 25th hour of the week, and we got a lot still to do. Recapping Game 4 of the Astros-Rangers last night. Rangers took the first two. Astros have bounced back with back-to-back wins in Arlington. They're home away from home apparently now. Rangers-Astros today, 4:07.
Go Astros!
With a lot on the line. Game 5 is always huge, critical in a best-of-7 series when they're knotted up. Winner of those series typically wins the series almost 80% of the time, Rod. Winner of Game 5 in a 2-2 series.
But I believe if you were up 2-0 in a 2-3-2 series, you won, I believe it was 80% of the time.
Yeah. And that's why.
Which the Rangers were.
I got a stat for you, too. No team has ever made it to the World Series after being down 0-2.
Yeah, I saw
the first
that.
2 games at home.
Good point. Good job.
As I said after the first 2 losses.
I didn't want to bring up that stat because that didn't make me feel good.
Sure. I mean, the Astros did this in the World Series a couple of years ago with Washington. They didn't win, no home team won a game. And the Astros lost Game 7 at home to Washington. They won all 3 in Washington, but went 0-4 in Minute Maid Park, which is just an outlier. And that's, to me, when this series began, it's a rivalry series. It's like a rivalry football game. Throw out the records. I just think you throw out the record. None of that stuff. I know it's historic, but at the same time, anything can still happen in this series. And the 2-0 thing didn't scare me, and now 2-2. I'm not certainly overconfident for Houston. I think Houston can win the series, but I also think Texas is very capable of winning 2 more games too. So they've got their 2 best pitchers going right now, which was what they needed to do, right? Because they weren't sure about Max Scherzer, and he really wasn't ready. He wasn't sharp, and they really didn't want to start Andrew Heaney last night. They kind of knew that was kind of not optimal facing that Astro lineup, and he didn't make it past the first inning. Got 2 outs, that was it, and had to go to Dane Dunning. So they're in a spot where they really need Jordan Montgomery to have a big start today because they've used a lot of arms already. They to go to your bullpen in the first inning last night, and in the 4th inning back in Game 3. Astros should have the pitching advantage because they didn't have to use any of their best arms last night. So we'll see. We'll see where this goes, and can't wait for the game. 4:07 today.
It's going to be awesome. Can't wait.
Why did the Rangers put in Cody Bradford last night in such a critical situation against Jordan?
I think they were looking for lefty on lefty, but Jordan doesn't care. I mean, that's the thing.
That's what I'm saying.
Jordan could care less if you put a lefty in there. He actually hits lefties better typically.
And Bradford played most of his year in Round Rock.
Yeah, that was a big spot for him, and he gave up the big fly. And I remember when we talked with Gene Watson, I think it was Gene, but to preview the series, he said one of the things the Astros do to you that is tough, if you do go to a situational lefty to face Jordan or Tucker, then you got to face Abreu. Remember, you have to face 3 batters now in Major League Baseball, so they put you in a spot where and he barely got Jordan out. Jordan hit it 410 feet. And that ball would have been out of 17 of the 30 Major League ballparks, just not Arlington last night. But then he had to face Abreu. And then you have a matchup that you like, right, with lefty on a righty, and see you later. The upper tank home run was really the key hit of the ball game. So that's where the Astros can get you. And Rangers can do the same thing because if you come in, you bring somebody to get Seager, then you've got to face El Bombe, Adolis Garcia, or one of their other knockers there in the 3-hole. So fun series, very even still, and here we are, 2-2.
Let me ask you, because there's a lot of talk about the story we just got done referencing the Michigan story, NCAA investigating Michigan for sign stealing, that kind of thing. There's been talk for a long time that Jim Harbaugh would leave Michigan because he gets anxious at places. He gets a little anxious after a few years. Stanford, San Fran, kind of wears out his welcome a little bit. Nothing wrong with that. Happens to a lot of coaches. Do you think the NCAA and this pressure now mounting with this second investigation could lead Jim Harbaugh, if he has the year that he's expecting to have? Everybody thinks they could contend for the championship this year, could even win it. They're the most talented team potentially in college football. You have what's his name, the Minnesota head coach, who said that's the best team that he's seen in his 11 years of coaching. Could he decide to ride off into the sunset if everything falls into place? NCAA investigation, they decide to punish him. Michigan is really good, and they actually do win a championship or play for one. Could he ride off into the sunset and decide he's done with college football and head to the NFL?
I think so.
I know. That's what that feels like, doesn't it?
And I think it would be his.
Feels like that.
He's now painted his masterpiece here, and that's why this
he did at Stanford. Same thing at Stanford, but not the investigation thing. But he was done with the masterpiece.
Yeah, he had built it.
He had built it.
And Michigan, it took a while, but he was, said, "Stick with me here. I'm a Michigan guy, and I'm going to get this thing right." And he's done it.
Took the pay cut to do it. Remember, he took the pay cut because he didn't want to be fired.
But he wanted his type of players, right? He was going to take him several recruiting cycles to get, or at least through a full 4 years to get his players, and now. he's predicted they're going to have 20 guys drafted. They're going to break Georgia's record of number of NFL players that become draft picks off of this team this year. And they're number 2 in the country, and they're right there. And they might be better than Georgia this year.
I think so.
Because of J.J. McCarthy and the quarterback that they have and the lines of scrimmage. They're strong, they're fast, they're deep. They've committed the fewest penalties in all of football.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah.
So they're the most disciplined team, too.
Yeah.
That is a hardball team. I mean, they've
only had 16 penalties all year in 7 games, Rod. That's 2 a game.
Yeah. No, those hardball teams, they may not all look the exact same personnel-wise and be running the exact same system because the quarterbacks have been very different, but they all have the same traits. Tough, physical, lines of scrimmage teams. Or you're talking about the Stanford model, the San Fran model, the Michigan model. There's a hardball model. There's a hardball way of playing football, and there's a hardball blueprint to win. And I think he's right. It's easier to build more the spread model when you're talking about spread offenses. That's not a spread offense Michigan runs.
No, they're traditional.
Exactly. I think it took them longer. It's harder these days to find those more traditional athletes because they don't exist on the level they used to back in the day.
They're spread babies, as you call them.
Everybody's spread out. Everybody's got these skilled athletes that can run.
And if you do get those kids, they got to develop a little bit, right? They got to get in the weight room. They got to learn the techniques properly. But it is a what was it said when he was coaching out in San Francisco? I think it was one of the writers with the San Jose Mercury News who had the great quote that said, Jim Harbaugh is like he's like a pounding fist. That's just him. That's who he is. He's abrasive as a guy. Yep. He's like, what did he say? He's like a fist with a mouth is when you're talking to him.
I like that. A fist with a mouth.
Yeah. That's how he is, right? He's in your face.
He's aggressive. He's
Remember
a little abrasive.
He was in the NFL and he would get into spats with the other coaches.
Oh, really? The Pete Carroll thing?
Pete Carroll forever.
Yeah. And
Petty.
Yeah, that was another one. I think it was the Detroit Lions coach at the time.
You remember Harbaugh when he was a player, at least I do. He used to wear the headbands that would mock the commissioner. Kind of taking
yeah. He likes that kind of stuff.
Yeah, he is not going to back down.
No.
And so this thing will be interesting. How far does this investigation go? What do they uncover?
Remember, he didn't back down from the NCAA the first time. They wanted him to have a harsher penalty for the recruiting violation. He said, I'm going to go with the Michigan self-imposed
But he's built
suspension.
a heck of a team.
Yes.
Now, they've got to prove it. They're going to get a chance. They haven't played anybody yet, but they're going to play Penn State and Ohio State here down the road, and then they would have play Big Ten championship game. But it's interesting. When I'm just looking at the NCAA website for stats. Michigan, number 1 in fewest penalties committed. Number 2 is Air Force. Number 3 is Army. So they're up there with 2 military academies, which would stand. That's kind of how his team is.
I was going to say that
they're very precise.
That fits.
They force a lot of turnovers.
Mentally tough.
And that's what PJ Fleck said. He said they're deep, but they don't beat themselves. They're like a boa constrictor. They just come at you, and you have to beat them. And they don't beat themselves. They're very talented. And over 4 quarters, they just choke you out.
Mm-hmm.
Not flashy, kind of like the Georgia teams have been the last couple of years. And maybe this year's Georgia team not as good.
Georgia added a little flash, though, in recent years. Remember when they brought in Todd Monken, they started asking flashy offense.
Yeah, Stetson Bennett. And,
some cheat codes.
Well, now with Brock Bowers out for Georgia, is Michigan the most complete team? Does that become the team?
They seem like it right now.
And we'll get to see Penn State and Ohio State tomorrow. James Franklin 1-8 lifetime against Ohio State. That's a big game. That's a game. That's a James Franklin game. And that is a huge game for him.
It's the biggest game, arguably, of his coaching career there at Penn State.
It is
because the knock on him is he can't win the big game. James Franklin is basically ranked Penn State teams under James Franklin 0-6 on the road versus top 10 opponents. He hasn't won a big game. He doesn't win big games. If he wins this one, that narrative can start to change. But right now, I'll go with Ohio State because I just don't trust James Franklin in a big contest. But this is the best team he's had, arguably, since he's been there.
Yeah. This is his finished product, I think. And then because now he has the quarterback, right? He's got J.J. McCarthy.
Yeah. But if he can't do it with this team, they'll say what?
You're right.
He'll never do it. Right? If he can't do it with this team, then he's never going to get it done.
Well, and in the NFL, he played a good chunk of his career with the Bears, and the Bears could be looking for a coach in the offseason. And the Bears are right down the road from Ann Arbor. That's not too far.
The Bears.
Across the lake.
So you're saying we could see multiple coaches from the college level decide to ascend to the NFL level this year.
Possible.
If Lincoln Riley decides he wants to go with Caleb Williams and cash that lottery ticket, or if Jim Harbaugh decides I'm tired of NCAA and their BS, I don't want to deal with it no more, going back to my NFL home, all right, where I got a lot of respect. And you talking about you can get another one. Ryan Day, another random.
Think about Jim Harbaugh. If you just built the team, right, and you've been in the NFL before with the 49ers.
And successful. Very successful in the NFL.
And now you look across the lake there, across Lake Michigan, which is from Ann Arbor.
Oh, great point.
And now you're saying, wait a second, they have the first and second pick of the draft, and I get to pick my quarterback.
Ooh.
And then
Yeah.
Somebody else that can be a foundational kind of player.
Yeah, you tell me in the division now that the Detroit Lions are apparently running the
all I got to
division.
do is beat Dan Campbell.
Right? That's who I got to beat. I'll take it.
There's no more Aaron Rodgers. Okay, the Vikings are not going to. They're going to be moving on from Kirk Cousins probably.
It's not bad.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that's a very good point. And the story we had earlier came from Dan Patrick. Dan Patrick's show that I guess apparently Lincoln Riley has reached. There've been feelers put out by Lincoln Riley's people that he's interested, and maybe he knows, as we said, that Caleb Williams is this generational quarterback. And if he was ever going to go to the NFL, it would be for a team that has the ability to draft that quarterback and almost a package deal kind of thing. That could be the Bears too.
Yeah, and he's a smart guy. He knows that's why he's been a fast riser. He knows when to leave, right, an opportunity, and when to take advantage of another one. And think about this too. You got USC about to go to the Big Ten. There was speculation that Lincoln Riley did not want to go to the SEC when he was in the Big 12, and that was one of the reasons he went to USC. Decide, I'll go to the Pac-12. Now you got the Pac-12 dissolving, and you got USC heading to the Big 10, which will also be really, really competitive. And I wonder if he's deciding, if I'm going to go to the Big 10 and get exposed potentially, I'll just go to the league.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Because people already talk about, I can't accompany a great defense with my prolific offenses. And maybe that's true. Maybe that actually ends up being true, because at this point, you'd have thought Lincoln Riley could have solved that problem because he's such a great coach, or maybe he just doesn't prioritize it or emphasize it. Who knows? But if you're going to go potentially get exposed in the Big 10, because you've been playing in the Big 12 and the Pac-12, which are considered, lower tier conferences than the Big 10 and the SEC, and you're going to go to a stiffer competition and potentially, have less success than you've had
Lincoln
before.
Riley's not ready for the physicality of the Big Ten.
Exactly.
They're just not.
So why not go to the NFL where,
couldn't even handle Notre Dame, right?
It's a physical league, but at least you can get the pieces you need in the NFL. You can hire a defensive coordinator / head coach that can handle that. So, and if you're going to get exposed in the league rather than get exposed in college.
Yeah.
Get exposed.
Well, and they pay you well to get exposed, too, if you get exposed.
But by the way, you do what Matt Rule did. You go to the league. Then you fail in the league. If you fail, you got to fail safe. Because every college program will go, well, those are two different sports, the NFL and college football. He can come coach for us, and we'll pay him top dollar to do it. So don't ruin your reputation by getting exposed in college football. Cash that lottery ticket when you are basically at the height of your, game, and then go to the NFL, cash that ticket. If the NFL decides you're not good enough for the league, which has happened to a lot of college coaches, go back to college and make some more money.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Matt Rule certainly did it. Made a lot of money from the Carolina Panthers owner, and he's working in Nebraska. But Jim Harbaugh's a proven commodity in the NFL.
Yes,
that's the thing about him.
He's been successful.
And maybe that's what took him. You mentioned the reason, the duration it took him to get Michigan back. Get the right players, but at the same time, he kind of had to learn the college game again because he'd been in the NFL for so long, right? With the 49ers.
That's a good point.
But both those guys I think would be, and both teams have a chance to. Now both teams have. Well, actually, Michigan doesn't have a big game this week. They've got a. Are they playing this week, Michigan?
Oh, I gotta check.
Yes, they're playing Michigan State.
Oh, that's why.
It's
almost like they don't have a game.
Yeah. Well, that's not even getting into the Mel
What
Tucker
are they
mess.
favored by in that game?
24.
Might not be enough.
Might not be enough. That could be one of the 5 picks.
Might not be enough.
With that in mind, Ty, are you ready to make picks?
Let's do it.
Ready to go head to head? Let's go mano a mano, head to head in the National Football League and college football. 5 picks. I went 2-2-1 last week. Ty went 2-3. We go head to head. Do we have any college football music, Ty? Do we have any accompanying tunage that we can fire up? See if we can find something there to get this going because it makes it a little more fun.
Oh yeah, gotta have that.
Gotta have the tunes.
It's mood music.
Yeah,
NFL music work.
NFL's fine.
I love NFL films music.
Get your brain working properly.
Rambling Man from Grambling. What you bringing on?
Oh
yeah.
Autumn is a raider.
What say you? Tundra.
The frozen. By the way, that's a redundant phrase because tundra by definition is frozen.
Come on, you stickler for English.
It is. If you look up what tundra means.
Your wife's a teacher.
Tundra is frozen. So it's redundant.
All right.
Wet water. Okay, go ahead there, Ty. What do you got?
First, I'll take Iowa -3.5 against Minnesota.
You talking the Iowa Hawkeyes?
Yep, the lowest over/under of all time college football.
What is it?
31 points. And I'd probably take the under, too. Full bonus pick for you there.
Okay.
All right.
I do like that. All right, I'm going to take the Duke Blue Devils getting 14.5 points Saturday at 6:30 at Florida State. I think the half point is big for me. Inside 2 touchdowns. Duke's hard to score on. They're going to have Riley Leonard back. Good chance he plays. I think Florida State will win that game, but I think it's going to be like a 28-17 kind of game. So I get 14.5. I'll take Duke.
Okay, I'll take Utah +7 at USC.
Ooh, again, a touchdown. Cameron Rising not back yet. I rode Utah to a win last week, and they were good to me. But, all right, so Utah +7. Would you like to buy that up to a hook or no? You might want to think about that. Might get if you're actually going to play that game, you can buy that up to 7.5 just to be fun.
Might go Utah outright.
Ooh, well, that's a good one.
You're down on USC. I guess you got to see them play Notre Dame.
Yeah,
they're trash.
Their defense is trash, not the team. Defense is bad.
All right. Where are you right on that Duke pick? You like Duke?
I like that pick. You do? I like that pick, yeah. That's a quality pick right there.
Mike Elko, is he the next coach at A&M?
I don't know, but I like his defensive scheme, man. He can coach him up.
All right. So Utah getting 7. What's your second pick, Ty?
I'll take UCF +17.5 against OU.
Ooh, that's bold.
That is bold because I think Oklahoma's going to be
off their bye
ready.
week. Utah, Duke, of course, and we know Oklahoma's the highest scoring team in the Big 12, and they're the best defensive scoring team in the Big 12. That's why they've covered every game.
I think Oklahoma will cover that.
You think so?
Yeah, I think so. On the bye week?
Okay, I'm going to take the Oregon Ducks. It's got to lay a big number, but it's 20. They're hosting Washington State off the loss at Washington. I think they regret that game. I think they let that game get away. Their kicker missed a kick at the end, and Dan Lanning went for it over and over again. But much like Oklahoma, the Ducks have covered every game, and the Ducks play great defense, and they can score in a big way with Bo Nix. I'm not afraid of the 20, and I'm going to take the Oregon Ducks.
Okay, I'll take SMU -23.5 against Temple. Temple's
That's
terrible.
tonight. That's tonight.
Oh, there we go. Get started early.
Yeah, that's
6 p.m. tonight.
Against the Stan Drayton-led Temple Owls.
I don't think he will be there long.
My man Arthur Johnson is the AD over there, isn't he?
Come on, they're going to give Stan some time to get them. I mean, it's
his second year now.
Yeah, you're Temple.
You're Temple,
you can't
man.
Don't forget who you are. Just because you had Matt Rule and that's a successful run, then you're still Temple. Come on.
All right. I'm going to take Tennessee, getting 9 points at Alabama. I think that's too big of a number. I think much like my Duke thought, I think Alabama will win that game. But I think Tennessee getting almost 10 points, getting 9 points, I'm going to take that. I'm going to run with it.
Like
number 17 versus number 11. It's Bryant-Denny Stadium. I know that's been a tough place for Bama. Remember last year they played that epic – Tennessee beat Bama. And they had Hendon Hooker at quarterback, obviously. Jalen Hyatt scored 5 touchdowns. But I'm going to take the 9 points in Tennessee. 2:30 Saturday in Tuscaloosa.
Bama's not blowing people out this year anyway.
Yeah, they beat Arkansas by 3 points.
Yeah, they're not blowing teams out. That's not, even if they do win. So.
And it feels like Vegas still values them maybe a little more than they should.
I agree with that.
All right, I'll make 2 picks here. I'm going to take Penn State, getting 4.5.
Literally every single pick I was going to take every single one you've taken so far.
Penn State. Huh?
Sorry, Ty. That means we're both going to do awful. But I'll take Penn State getting 4.5. Again, too many points. I think they're even teams. Ohio State's getting the 3-point home advantage. This is I think Penn State can win this game outright. I do. I think their offense is more dynamic, and I think their defense is just a little better than Ohio State. The James Franklin pucker factor will be big.
It is huge. Huge, man.
Will he step up?
He hadn't won a big game.
Find a way.
Like that, not this big anyway.
Because I'm, and I'm also, my dad's not going to like this if he's listening because he's a big Ohio State fan. I'm not the biggest Ryan Day guy, especially the way he went after Lou Holtz after the game at Notre Dame. That's just, come on, man.
It's petty, baby.
Don't be so petty.
He's a petty guy. Hey, this is the first time since 2018, the 2018 Michigan game, that the Buckeyes are not favored by at least a touchdown at home.
Really?
Isn't that crazy? They've been favored by at least a touchdown at home every game except since that 2018 Michigan game. So this game, Vegas thinks, like you think, Penn State's going to keep it real close.
It's the big noon kick on Fox. That means Urban Meyer will be in the building. Is he still? He's still loved at Ohio State, right?
You got to. He brought titles there, even if he is.
He did. He won.
An a-hole.
St. Urban, they called him.
Yeah, exactly.
He loves the co-eds there.
Yeah, hey,
now.
He's not the only former head coach that likes co-eds. Okay, let's not get deep into that. But
I still have 1 pick, right?
Yes, you do. You have 2 picks. You have 2 picks.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What do I have so far?
You have Utah, UCF, and SMU.
Okay, I'll take LSU -32.5 against Army. I think Jalen Daniels in that offense is going to overwhelm Army, and then I'll stick with the military academies. I'll take Navy +10.5 at home against Air Force.
Ooh, that's the academy versus the academy. I like that. My final pick is going to be the NFL because it's the game of the week in the National Football League. Rod, I am going to take the over in the Dolphins-Eagles game of 51.
Okay.
Over 51 points. I think the Eagles the Dolphins will score.
Yeah, of course they will.
Because they're too good. And the Eagles secondary is iffy. but at the same time, the Eagles will score too. I think the Eagles coming off a tough week at the Jets where Jalen Hurts made through 3 picks.
Yeah, he'll bounce back.
I think this is a bounce back game for them at the Link, as they call it, across the street from the bank where the Phillies play. I'm going to take that game to be over. I don't know who's going to win that game, Rod. Who do you think is going to win that game? I'm going to take the over. I think they're going to put that game in the 30s.
I'm going to say the Dolphins are going to win, but I think it'll be close. I'm not sure if Jalen Ramsey is playing this week, but he is practicing. Jalen Ramsey, the corner that the Dolphins traded for, he is practicing. So I wonder if he'll play. If he plays, that could be a huge difference maker. And hell, honestly, the Eagles probably go after him if he does play because he hadn't played. He might be so rusty that he hadn't played in a while too. So that would be a factor to keep it with. But I'll take the Dolphins in that game. I'm with you. Dolphins will give you 28 points.
I know
they're gonna give you 27, 28 points.
And I've given you the stat all week that last week the unders were 13-2. I think there's a bounce back to that thing that a little bit this week, and I think Vegas will. Try to swing it back a little bit.
I'm about to say Vegas will adjust their lines, and then you got NFL teams that'll be emphasizing, prioritizing red zone offense and offense during practice because they're like, man, we were terrible. So I'm with you on that. I think you're willing to bounce back. You had 9 teams win last week, scoring 20 points or fewer.
It's crazy.
Which is crazy.
But the one of the teams that covered the over were the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Because the Dolphins, the over-under was 47, and they scored 42 against Carolina. They got 42 of those, so they can score. And I think the Eagles' secondary will give up some, but they're also going to get after Tua because that defensive front is back. And I think Jalen Carter is going to be back, the big defensive tackle who's on his way to being the defensive rookie of the year for the Philadelphia Eagles. But I think the Eagles get a bounce back game offensively too.
Keep in mind,
I think that's going to be a tremendous game.
It is going to be a great game. Keep in mind, the Miami Dolphins allow the fewest pressures in the NFL right now.
They do.
So
that's a great matchup because the ball comes out. Ball comes out. All right, so I have Duke getting 14.5. I've got Oregon at home against Washington State in a fun game. I got Tennessee +9 at Alabama. I have Penn State in Columbus getting 4.5, and I've got the Eagles Dolphins over 51. Ty has Utah, UCF, SMU tonight in a Friday night special at Temple, LSU and Navy.
Okay.
I kind of like that SMU pick too. I was thinking of that because Temple's not good.
Oh, just terrible. I haven't seen Temple play at all.
And SMU's pretty good. SMU with Rhett Lashley, they do a pretty good job.
Preston Stone's a good quarterback.
Preston Stone out of Dallas. Their defense is better than you think. So, yeah, I like that pick.
Highest rated recruit in SMU football history.
I know. I like how now
him?
people are higher on SMU. I remember when I said SMU was decent when Oklahoma played them. Everybody was like, they suck. They're terrible. I was like, actually, they're pretty good.
SMU's always been my second favorite
team. They suck. Everybody thought Oklahoma was so bad. I was like, they suck. They're terrible. I was like, actually, they're pretty good. You got to go check them out. And they're like, they're terrible. And now that Oklahoma is proving that they're actually adequate and they are believed to be a really legit team, now everybody's like, actually, SMU's pretty good too. It's like, they were good before. Yeah. Everybody just assumed Oklahoma was bad, so SMU, that win was a terrible win. And it wasn't. It's a good win. It's a quality win. It's like the Rice win for Texas. Everybody, Rice sucks. Like, actually, Rice is pretty good this year. They beat U of H.
SMU did get their ass kicked by TCU, though.
Huh?
SMU did. Yeah, well, I
remember that. But still, they're a better team than everybody thought. They're not trash like everybody thought.
Well, the Friday before that Oklahoma SMU game, I took SMU on the points. I thought it was too much, and then I lost that game though because they had it right where I thought it would be. It was 14-11 in the fourth quarter, and Oklahoma scored 2 late touchdowns to cover.
Pulled it well,
just barely covered the line. But at the same time, I'm with you on the SMU team.
Yeah.
All right, so they're on tonight, and then good stuff. This is a good weekend for college and pro football, and it's really good if you're Cowboys and Texans fan. You don't have a game.
Yeah, you get to take the week off and just enjoy the dub you got.
Yeah, and
enjoy that dub, baby.
As we said, the Cowboys can come back, and they play the Rams when they come out of their bye. Meanwhile, Houston will play the Carolina Panthers, and they may get up over 500. Off this week in the NFL are Carolina, Cincinnati, Dallas, Houston, the Jets, and Tennessee. So those are your bye weeks. That will affect your fantasy football teams. So be advised.
Yeah, the Texans just need the bye week so the O-line can get completely healthy.
If they do, watch out.
Yeah, the O-line's not completely healthy yet, but once it gets completely healthy, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with.
That's the real interesting part of the Texans because I know when we did our season preview, the big problem for me with Houston was that the preseason couldn't have gone worse. I mean, they suffered injuries to 4 of their 5 offensive linemen. Yeah. 4 of their 5. The only guy that stayed healthy was the right guard, Shaq Mason. Everybody else got hurt.
Looked disastrous.
But the good thing is only one of those injuries is season long, and that was to Kendrick Green, or who's the kid? Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green.
Big kid out of A&M, the first-round pick.
Yep.
He's done for the year, but everyone else is coming back, and this is the week with the bye week that they might all be back. So, yeah, they have a chance to – because if you've watched the Texans, if they can get Dameon Pierce going in the run game, behind what should be a healthier and better line.
It can be a problem.
Now C.J. Stroud's really cooking, and Nico Collins, and Dalton Schultz. They'll have something going, and they're playing much better defense. So we'll be watching that, but not till next week. And the Cowboys and Texans will enjoy a week off. We'll come back. When we do, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain one more time. Hear more from Sark. He had his Thursday media Zoom availability. Get the injury update on these Longhorns. Also, what they're facing in this Houston Cougars. Also, Sark says his team's a little bit pissed off. They're not a happy bunch. They're ready to play some football. Details coming. Oh, man. Half an hour to go in the 5-hour extravaganza on a Friday. It's a football Friday, Rod.
Yes, sir.
Fake it till you make it. You know what I'm
I mean,
saying?
it's a freak flag, feel good. Fake it till you make it. Ric Flair. Woo!
That's right.
Football Friday edition. I'll hook him up with Ian Rob B.
That's right.
Beautiful thing.
All right, we're keeping an eye on this Michigan story where a UM staffer may have been at the center of a scheme to steal signs and use technology to relay them to coaches on the sidelines. We'll keep an eye on that. Also talking Astros and Rangers, or Rangers and Astros, whichever way you're coming at that. The Lone Star rivalry, the first time ever, and boy, we got exactly what we want. It's a 2-2 series, best of 3 now, and both teams have their best 2 pitchers going the next 2 games, today at 4:07 and then Sunday night. As I said earlier, I kind of like this, how this works out. You get this game this afternoon, then you can enjoy your Friday night doing whatever, going to your high school football games or grab some dinner, whatever you're going to do, and then you don't have another baseball game to think about until Sunday.
No, it's so perfect because both of the Texas football teams are off. But the NFL teams, I was like, the NFL did this on purpose. I don't know how it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out. And then the only competition you'll have is you're going to have 2 TVs on Sunday night to watch Game 4 or Game 6. And watch the Eagles and the Dolphins.
Yeah, the Eagles and the Dolphins. But in terms of your affiliation, most people who are Astros or Rangers fans and just NFL fans, they'll choose like, let me watch my Astros and Rangers first.
Yeah, Cowboys aren't in the way.
Yeah, Texans are in the way. You got to worry about that. It's pretty good.
That is nice. Good. It is nice. So because I think the way, as I said, we're going down to Galveston. My sister, my only sister's turning 40 years old, which is
nice.
Incredible.
That's big. Did you get a gift?
We're a beach house. My brothers and I are taking her. We're setting this up so we can go to the beach.
Oh, this is a surprise thing?
No, she knows about it.
But it's like y'all setting it up though. She's got to arrive.
Okay. Yeah,
gotcha. That's nice.
And she gets to use the beach house tonight with her friends and kind of celebrate. And then we'll all be there tomorrow. And but just so you know, Rod, I will be hosting the Inside Texas on Texas football in-game watch event.
Oh, that's right.
Tomorrow I'll be at Galveston, but we have a separate place where I'm going to be doing that. So if you're going to be watching the game, not at the University of Houston, and you're going to watch the game tomorrow, watch along with us. Just go to get out your tablet or your laptop, or even on YouTube on your TV, watch it, and myself and you, Rod, will join me. Bobby Burton and Jerry Hamilton and Ian Boyd.
Yeah.
And it really is a fun way to watch a football game. We get in depth and talk about quarter by quarter analysis and play by play analysis. It's not play by play. You still have to watch the game, but then we talk through it.
Yep.
Halftime adjustments and how things are going, players of the game, all that. That's it on Texas Football on YouTube.
It's really fun.
It really is a good time. So I'm looking forward to that at 3:00 in the afternoon. But we'll get some beach time ahead of that and after. And so looking forward to that this weekend.
Man, yeah.
Happy birthday to my sister. It's not till the 23rd, but hard to believe she's 40, Rod, because, as I've said, there's a pretty good gap between my brother and myself and then my younger brother and sister.
Yeah.
Same parents.
But they took their time.
They had us when they were babies. I mean, they were like
so what's the
19
gaps?
and 20.
What's the gaps?
Well, I was 10 when my sister was born.
Ooh, me and my brother are 5 years apart, and that's a pretty big gap.
I'm 50, she's 40. So, and I remember going to the hospital and holding her.
So you were just babysitting. You were doing some babysitting.
I remember that's the same way I'm with pretty much all my siblings.
Well, when they hit 40, then it gets really weird.
So you guys were because they mean you changed her and everything.
Oh yeah, changed diapers.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird for me now that like all my siblings are in college. And I'll still see them.
And you feel old now, and you're not old
yeah.
because you raised them kind of.
Yeah,
that's kind of weird. I agree. My brother's older, so I'm the younger on that. But just 5 years, 10 years, that's a long time. That's a gap.
It is weird. And if you were listening yesterday, I said I left for college at 18 and really didn't go back. So when she was growing up, I wasn't even around.
So you missed all the years. You missed all those wonder years, huh?
I mean, I hardly got to. I mean, we saw each other holidays and we talked and whatnot and vacations and things of that nature. But yeah, but it's going to be great that she turns 40 and we get to all get together. My brother's coming in from the East Coast and we'll have a good old time this weekend. But we'll be doing the On Texas Football Watch.
What meals are going to be had down there? What's the food situation?
Her boyfriend is cooking the dinner. Something her favorite meal. I think it's some pasta
dish.
Her favorite
meal, whatever it is.
Pasta dish.
Nice.
We'll have sandwiches for lunch, and then everyone will grab their own dinner tonight on their way in to Galveston, and then we'll do a big brunch on the way out on Sunday morning.
Since we're talking about birthdays, I would be remiss if I did not mention wifey's birthday is today, so shout out to my lovely wife. Happy birthday, baby. I don't know if she's listening, but there you go. Her friends might tell her, he didn't even give you a birthday shout on the radio, so just in case, happy birthday.
Does she listen typically?
She listens from time to time. Yeah, she says she listens like when she's putting the baby down and stuff. She'll turn on the show just for the baby to hear my voice.
Oh, nice.
She would do stuff like that. So
that is cool.
So it's inappropriate content probably for the baby, but it's okay.
Happy birthday, Mel.
There you go.
And now your wife and mother of your child.
That's wife and mother of my child. You're right. Got to start mentioning that too. She gets double props for that.
Am I right that the baby is 1 month on Tuesday or Monday?
Yeah, you're right, because 25. She was 25th of September she was born. Yeah, so you're right about that. That's crazy. Already flying by.
Already flying.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wild, man.
That's cool. Okay, so it's hard to believe my sister's 40, but that means I'm 50. That means I'm old.
That's all that means.
Dang it. Dang it. What is it, Stephen A? Oh, Michael Irvin. It's okay. We all get old.
Right.
Can we go behind the burnt orange curtain one more time, talk Texas football?
All right, Steve Sarkisian, the head coach of the Longhorn football team, spoke to the media yesterday. Media availability. He was in a good mood. He was in a real good mood, which makes me think his team must look real good. Here's Sark in his opening statement to the media, talking about the Texas U of H matchup coming up this weekend.
It's great to be back in game week. I think you could definitely feel it with the intensity at practice, the energy at practice, the competitiveness at practice. Thought our guys really had 3 quality days of work, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, with Monday a great day to kind of get back to it. But they really brought it Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And it shows in, like I said, in the intensity and the competitiveness at practice, which is what we were hoping to have coming off of the bye week last week. And so I love where we're at from a mentality standpoint. I really like where we're at physically. Obviously we got some guys back healthy. And I just think we're getting ready to go play a ball game Saturday in a hostile environment on the road. We know that Houston would like nothing more than to knock us off in this ball game. And so it's going to have to take our best effort to go in there and get a win.
All right, that is Sark talking about the Houston Cougars and how his team has looked so far this week and then in the bye week. He was asked about the practice habits of his team because he actually came out talking about how well his team had practiced this week in the bye week, and he was proud of that. Kirk Bosa asked him basically, well, you sound like you talk a lot about the good practices. Does that mean you don't have any bad practices? Here's Steve Sarkisian.
No, we do. We've had them in the past. For sure. But I do think there's a real level of maturity, and I think that's a great word to describe this football team. We've got really good leadership on this team across the board. It's not like one position group's got good leaders and maybe another one doesn't. I think that we're spread throughout our roster of veteran players who are in year 3 in our program, who really understand how we go about our business. I think our coaching staff does a tremendous job day in and day out of getting our guys prepared to go practice. And in the end, I said it yesterday. We have guest officials that come, and it was a 2-hour practice, and Wednesdays are traditionally tough practices for us. And we always do a good on good team period at the end. On Wednesdays, we do third downs. And our guys were more excited for that period of practice after a hard practice than I can remember. And I looked at the official and I said, man, our guys love to practice. Like, they really love being out here. And that's a great sign, that they're not just surviving practice. They're attacking it. They're having fun doing it. They're competing at a high level. So to your point, I do think that takes a lot of maturity, but I also think you have to have players on your team that love the game. And those are, one of the characteristics that we look for in recruiting is, do you love football? And if you love football, we only get so many opportunities to be out there, and we put a lot of time and effort into preparation for practice and games. And so when we get those moments, we want to maximize them. And I think this team has been one of the better ones I've ever been around, and definitely probably the best I've had here in 3 years of their intent going to practice. Everything they do is intentional, and they really try to be coachable, but yet they're highly, highly competitive.
I'm glad Sark went into detail there. Most football fans don't even think about it because, it's really, really deep into the weeds and, kind of going down the rabbit hole of football. But football is one of the few sports where you practice more than you play. So you got to become a good practice player or a great practice player before that ever translates to the consistency on the actual football field in game. And coaches, they don't trust players who don't perform consistently in practice and have a baseline of performance in practice. Therefore, they'll trust that player in a critical situation and circumstance running a certain play and concept in a game because they know, I've seen him do it in practice. a ton. And not only doing it in practice, but doing it in practice with a level of intensity. And that's what you coaches have to replicate in practice. That's really tough for them because you practice more and you play. You still need that level of intensity so that the game isn't such a shock in terms of the high intensity of the actual game time and real time reps and snaps. You want to make sure that those snaps in practice replicate as much of that intensity of the game as possible. It's hard to do, but that's your job as a coach. So when you go to the game, it does translate, which means you need everybody competing at a really high level. You need players practicing like All-Americans so that you can compete against other All-Americans, and then you can go later and play like an All-American. This is why coaches hate gamers, because they don't trust gamers because they didn't prove they could do it in practice. They just did it in the game, which is great, but I need you to do that in practice.
Like individual players can practice a lot. like Kobe Bryant used to talk about all his workouts for the NBA, right? But yeah, once the season starts in baseball and basketball, you don't practice a lot at all. Almost never, right? You take batting practice and you do some fielding work, but you're playing every day. Football, you're right. Week between games. I don't think a lot of fans think about that. And that's why good coaches create fun practices, right? And interesting practices.
Yep.
You can't just do the mundane, boring stuff. You got to create challenges. It's like, golf. Golf's a good example of that. Golfers, you'll be amazed how much practice even good golfers do, right?
Oh yeah.
It's a waste of time to not make it valuable practice, right? You can't just go out there banging balls on the driving range. That's not doing anything for you. You got to really practice the shots you're gonna face, and this is what you're talking about. You got to sharpen yourself and create the tension that you're going to be dealing with on the golf course.
That's exactly right.
And I think that's what Sark's talking about with these players. They know how to practice, because you got to learn how to practice. That seems like it's a common thing or an easy thing. It's not.
Oh, it takes a while because every coach has a different style. I remember Mac Brown yelling, "Stay off the ground! Stay off the ground! Great athletes aren't on the ground! Get on the ground!" Because he always believed injuries took place when guys were on the ground or pursued to the ground. So every coach has got a different philosophy about practice. That's the way it goes. Okay, one last clip before we get to the break here. This is Sark talking about his team's reaction after a loss. This is important because he's talking about his team's demeanor, disposition after their first loss of the season. Here's Sark.
I feel like I've got a team right now that's a little pissed off, and that's okay. That they're angry, and they want to get back on the field. They want to play. I think all likelihood, I know a lot of them wanted the rest last week. I think they all wanted to get out there and play again next Saturday to kind of get that taste out of their mouth. And so that's kind of how practice has felt. It's been very intense. Because I think that these guys feel like we're a good football team and we've got something to prove. And as a coach, the fact that it's coming internally, that it's coming from them in the locker room, that's a great sign. And so, again, we need to make sure that we execute at a high level, but the intent from which we're going about it throughout practice, and I think the intent that we'll play with Saturday, and then every Saturday moving forward, I think is the right one.
There you go. His team's pissed off, a little upset. And they should be, because they probably watched that film of that Texas-Oklahoma game multiple times and realized they were their own worst enemy. That you lost that game because of self-inflicted wounds. You lost that game because you did not perform at your best and execute in critical moments of the game. Defense, it was late in the game, late in the first half, late in the second half. For offense, it was early in the game. But still, if you had executed for 4 quarters, you'd be undefeated today.
That's exactly right. And that's a veteran team who, as we've said a lot this year, there's a lot of guys on this team that'll never play in the SEC. This is their season to leave a legacy, to leave a mark, to leave as a champion. And a lot of these guys and these core guys, and those are the ones that really push the needle. And it's good to play. Charles Sark has said his team's better when they play with a chip on their shoulder, embrace the hate. And I think it was Oklahoma that played with more of a chip on their shoulder in that game.
Yep.
And I think the Longhorns learned that. It's a pretty valuable lesson. We'll come back when we do What's Poppin', including one name, Rod, that I think could be, if traded in the NFL before the trade deadline, could move the needle in a big way for the right team. Let's get to it. We come back. Popping today, 4:07, Rangers-Astros from Globe Life Field.
Oh, yeah.
And according to John Blake, media director for the Rangers, tweeted 17 minutes ago, the Globe Life Field roof will be closed for Game 5 today.
So I guess this will become an issue because Dusty Baker said that there was an agreement between both teams that none of the that they would not open any of the roofs for the baseball parks during this series. And then I guess for some reason that agreement was broken because the Rangers did it in Game 4.
Yes, and that but remember, both sides have said Major League Baseball makes the decision if the roof is open, so that had to have come from MLB, not the Rangers.
Yeah, probably
so they made that call last night.
It's probably a network decision. Honestly, it probably just looks better.
It does, and it was a beautiful night.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
a beautiful
They're
night.
probably like, man, it looks better.
Yeah, the overhead shots and, just playoff baseball. But today it is going to be in the 90s, so I can see them keeping that closed, and you don't want to deal with sun. And, that's one of the great things about having that park. I mean, you don't worry about rainouts, and you don't worry about, sun glare and, outfielders dealing with shadows, over the pitching mound, that kind of stuff. So the Rangers will close that roof today at a 4 o'clock start. Huge game, obviously, Game 5. That'll be popping for sure. It is Jordan Montgomery versus Justin Verlander. Both were going to be Game 1 starters in this series.
They don't get bigger than this one. It's huge.
They really don't.
Yeah.
They really don't. And looking forward to that. Also, the Arizona Diamondbacks will host Philadelphia tonight, 7:07. So two baseball games. You got that college football game tonight as well. Ty took SMU over Temple. That'll be popping tonight. We know it'll be popping all weekends. Keep in mind, tomorrow, 1 o'clock, Rod and Patrick Davis, Ty over at Doc's Backyard in Sunset Valley.
That's right.
That'll be our pregame show headed up to the Houston game. Also, keep an eye, because they have all the TVs there at Doc's. You can watch Penn State, Ohio State, and all the early games and really get going with the 2:30 kicks. 3 o'clock start for the Longhorns, and Rod and Patrick and Ty will get you completely locked in.
It's going to be
that
fun.
Game. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be great. I love that spot. Like 5 minutes from the house.
It is.
My stomping grounds. I go there all the time anyway for random stuff.
Good spot. Sitting outside. Should be a nice day tomorrow for F1. Will be popping this weekend, Rod. The Killers are tonight. Queens tomorrow night. And, of course, the U.S. Grand Prix is on Sunday, the big race. Now, Max Verstappen has already locked up the championship, so there's not much drama. But obviously someone's going to win the race, and there'll be all kinds of celebrities.
Half the people out there are not even they're not even out there to watch the race. It's
I
so
was
much to
surprised
do
by
out
that
there.
last year when I went out there. I got to go last year. I'm not going to win this year, obviously, but it's amazing how passionate the fans are. Especially a lot of fans come up from Mexico and they're rooting for Cheto. What's the kid's name? Check it. What's his nickname?
Oh, I don't know.
He's the Mexican driver. He is so popular. It's pretty unbelievable. He's Max Verstappen's teammate.
Okay.
But man, it was 150,000 strong last year, and where I was, it wasn't about the look at me stuff. It was really racing fans, which is pretty cool. I was way down at the end, almost in the stands that would overlook the super stage, essentially.
Yeah. There'll be all types there. There'll be the real fans, and there'll be the
you get up
ones
to the main grandstands. There'll be some look at me folks,
just
for sure.
Just for the show, man. That's where all the celebrities will be, just for the show.
Ty, do you have a Sex Panther pick? Which one of your picks is your favorite for the weekend?
I'm going to go with the Astros tonight.
Yeah!
Since I'm so good at picking baseball games.
Oh, you're
Why
trying
are you
to
doing
jinx
that?
us. Why are you? Son of
This is the reverse Johnny Bull. No.
Come
Stros
on.
by 10 tonight.
Oh, I feel disgusted.
I'm so
this.
mad. No, it just ruined my day.
Go Stros.
Oh, come on. I don't even sound right. Come on.
Oh man!
I'll give you a real.
Somebody said I just drove into work listening to Creed's full album. Go Rangers!
Hell yeah!
I don't know if it's working for him anymore. The Creed mojo might be dying.
They get out to Doc's tomorrow, 1 o'clock to 3. Longhorns are at 3. Watch along with us on Texas Football, the Inside Texas YouTube channel.
Yes, sir.
Rod will be doing the post game as well on that On Texas Football channel with Bobby Burton. We'll be back on Monday, and safe to say we'll have a lot to talk about.
Damn right.
2 more Ranger-Astro matchups. Good football all weekend long. Another top 7 matchup on Saturday. Rod, have a great weekend, buddy.
You too, brother.
Happy birthday to the wife.
Yeah, well,
Ty, great stuff as usual. We'll see you at 6 a.m. or hear you at 6 a.m. on Monday.